Evening, everyone. Welcome to our Peace River Town Council special meeting of Monday, February 3rd. I'll call the meeting to order at 5 p.m. Acting CAO, Mrs. Bell, are there any additions or deletions?
None, your worship.
Okay, thank you. Okay, would someone perhaps move us forward on this agenda? Councillor Ford?
I said put a motion on the floor that council adopt the agenda of the February 3rd, 2025 special council meeting as presented.
Thank you. All those in favor?
I'm in favor.
Carried. Thank you. Okay, we are here for the purpose of a public hearing. So we have bylaw amendment or bylaw 2131 land use bylaw amendment redistricting plan 3115 HW lot 11 and plan 3115 HW lot 10. And perhaps I'll get somebody to move that we go forward with this public hearing. Anybody?
My agenda's not coming.
My device is not loading things up here. I apologize.
That's not good.
We'll do it. We're on the technical aspect here. Councillor Ford?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll put a motion on the floor that council will open the public hearing on the matter of bylaw 2131, amending the land use bylaw number 1891 for the purpose redistricting plan 3115 HW lot 11 and plan 3115 HW lot 10.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion?
In favor.
It is carried. So I hereby declare this statutory public hearing open at 5:02 and note that this hearing is held pursuant to section 7(8), 606 and 692 of the Municipal Government Act. I request Ms. Modi, the manager of planning and development, to come forward. Modi, if you could confirm what the purpose of the public hearing is.
Good evening, your worship. The purpose of the public hearing is to consider an amendment to the land use bylaw that would redistrict two parcels on the West Hill to direct control from their current C2 zoning.
Thank you. When was the public hearing notice advertised and where?
It was published on the town's website beginning on January 16th, posted on the town's Facebook page on January 16th, 22nd, 29th, and February 3rd, posted on our bulletin board here at the town office on January 17th, and mailed directly to the property owner and adjacent property owners on January 16th.
Thank you. Are there any written submissions that have been received but are not included in the public hearing agenda package and that need to be read into the record?
There are none.
Okay, thank you. So during this hearing, I ask that all persons giving oral presentations are to clearly state their name and that presentations are to be brief and to the point. So I will now call on the development officer or to carry on.
Thank you. So before you, we have our public hearing report. The application to rezone to direct control is supporting a proposed development of a mix of a residential apartment building, currently proposed to be 67 dwelling units, with a parkade to help cover the parking requirements, and 4 commercial buildings with up to 17 commercial units. The bylaw would redistrict to direct control, which would mean that council would be the decision-making authority for this site. We have provided previously an evaluation of how the proposal aligned with our municipal development plan and also the regulations of the land use bylaw. We've updated that evaluation here in this report, and based on the information that the applicant has submitted. They have provided in support of the application an environmental technical memo that goes through the federal and provincial environmental requirements that might be applicable to the site. They've also submitted a traffic impact assessment that impacts the added traffic, or that evaluates the added traffic on the road network and does recommend some changes to the road network. Specifically, I will highlight those. There is a recommendation to extend the median that is on 74th Street, 74th Avenue by an additional 40 meters. So that's taking it to, further to the second entrance, or the first entrance of the adjacent, gas station, if you're thinking about that location. To close the right in, right out access that is at Highway 2 and 76th Ave. So that access that is in between the two major intersections on the West Hill. And also extending the westbound left turn storage lane at the intersection of Highway 2 and 78th Street. That would be the one close to Canadian Tire, extending the storage lane by an additional 25 meters so that there is additional space for more vehicles to queue for that left turn signal. The TIA will support the developer getting a roadside development permit from transportation, which is required for this site, given its proximity to Highway 2. In addition to those reports, we have site plans that include a landscaping plan, lighting plan, electrical site plan, for both power and lighting, and civil drawings for site grading and the tie-ins to municipal services, and a stormwater management plan. There's also a geotechnical investigation report that supports the geotechnical planning and design aspects of the development of the project. So in terms of the municipal development plan, overall, we did make one amendment to the MDP in support of this application. And the assessment of that is that the proposal is in alignment with the criteria, given that the primary nature of the area is still commercial. And the site does provide a pedestrian network of sidewalks and crosswalks to provide safe access through the site to the apartment and between the commercial buildings. The apartment is located on the center third of the parcel that maximizes the distance of that residential from both the highway and the rail line to minimize the impacts that infrastructure will have on the residents. The apartment includes green space with a walking path providing green space to the residents in an area that is otherwise fairly isolated from public recreational amenities. The landscaping plan includes trees, shrubs throughout the development site to create some visual buffering and softening between the buildings on the site and the highway. Further policies of the MDP where we have updated some of our evaluation. The site is an infill property with existing development on either side, and the property appropriately fills a gap in the pedestrian network along the frontage of that, and includes a 3-meter path along 100th Ave. So that sets us up to improve the pedestrian network on town infrastructure through that area. And then, as I mentioned before, the sidewalks and crosswalks within the site provide a network for pedestrian paths to safely access between the buildings. In terms of the land use bylaw for apartments, we do have regulations in some of our residential districts that the site plan as it stands now does meet in terms of the number, in terms of the providing recreation space for the apartment, as well as providing fire access to the apartment. If you look at the site plan, there is fire access both at the front and then also an access lane to provide access to the rear of the site, which would otherwise be somewhat difficult for a fire truck to access. And the circulation analysis provided also demonstrates that both the fire truck and the garbage trucks will be able to access the site. In terms of the parking requirements, based on the current site plan, there's 149 parking spaces. Our minimum requirements for the proposed apartment is 101, and they've provided 110 currently. So that is meeting the requirements. And in terms of the commercial space, we anticipate that between the different buildings, there are 52 parking stalls, which is approximately 18 than we expect will be required based on the site requirements. The land use bylaw does provide some regulations to drive-throughs. Both of the side yards for the drive-throughs are greater than the 3.05 meters that are required. And the circulation for those drive-throughs is a one-directional, so it does meet those requirements as well. So overall, the site does seem to meet the requirements of the planning framework, and we don't have any qualms with moving forward to rezone this site and allow us to move to the development permit stage. In terms of, I should touch on a bit of feedback. We have also circulated, in addition to the adjacent landowners, we did circulate the proposal to utility companies and referral departments. We did receive 3 written feedback. One was from Alberta Environment, which did not indicate any concerns based on the information that was provided. We did get feedback from CN Rail, which is their standard feedback for any development that is adjacent to the rail line. The major points, the rail is the apartment is outside of the 75-meter vibration range that CN identifies, as well as more than outside the 30 meters setback that they require for residential from their main line. It is within the noise catchment area that they identify, which is 300 meters from the rail line. As I have said, the apartment is maximizing the distance that it can be from both the highway and the rail line. Council could choose to ask for more information, but the number of trains that currently go on the track, based on information we have from CN in 2023, is 2.5 trains a day. So we would ask that council consider whether that is actually necessary in this case. ATCO Pipelines also did provide some feedback, which can largely be addressed at the subdivision and development stage of this through permit conditions as are required. So we would recommend that council close the public hearing and then provide second and third reading to the bylaw. In terms of next steps, I'll just speak to those very quickly. So we would expect that the developer provides finalized versions of the site plan and also the roadside development permit from Alberta Transportation. Once we receive those, we'll be in a position to bring forward the development permit for council's consideration. Take any questions that you would have.
Thank you. A lot of work. Councillors, questions for clarification? Councillor Shan?
So two trains, 2.5 trains, I don't know who's pulling the third one, but that's considered low then? Just curious, because I'm not familiar with what.
I couldn't speak to whether or not that's low or high, but that's an average over a 24-hour period.
That would be one.
Other councillors? Councillor Good?
More just a question for clarification, as I went through and I still don't understand what's happening at 74th. The sort of, what are the changes that have been made on 74th Avenue?
I can, maybe a picture's worth a
I
thousand.
don't have difficulty with it, I just don't understand it.
Yeah. A picture's worth 1,000 words, so I'm just going to share the screen here so that everybody can see, and then I will.
Seventy-fourth Avenue is where?
74th is the road between the Chateau Nova and the gas station on the way to the hospital. So currently we have this median right here on that road. And the recommendation of the TIA is to extend it an additional 40 meters, which takes us to approximately here.
Where, right?
My mouse is right here. So from where it currently is down.
So if there was a drive-through at the back of the gas station, it would be at that entrance.
Yeah, the median would go an additional.
Yeah.
It's to help minimize an illegal turning movement on that road.
And maybe you could just also talk about the other changes, closing the access.
Yeah, so that's this access right here on the highway, a little bit for context.
Yeah.
So essentially towards the end of construction on the property, this access would be removed.
And the other one, extending westbound left turn storage lane.
So that's at this intersection here. You can see this is the left-bound storage lane here for whilst people are waiting and queuing to turn. And that would be extended an additional 25 meters.
Can you do that again?
This is the turning lane right here. It'd be extended a little bit further, so there's additional space for vehicles to stack without impeding the traffic that's going straight through the intersection.
So it says extending the westbound left turn storage lane, westbound.
Yeah, so vehicles are traveling west towards Grimshaw
Oh,
in this direction but they're going into the left turn lane so that they could
oh.
go
okay.
towards Saddleback or Canadian
Mhm.
Tire, all those.
Yeah,
Yeah, and so we're just gonna make more space for more vehicles to be at that location.
closer to the CN bridge.
Yeah,
And
exactly, yeah.
Counselor Ford?
If they're gonna be extending that 25 meters, are they gonna, I imagine transportation's gonna be doing something with the timing of the lights there as well? To allow that traffic to turn, cause right now it's not very long.
Yeah, Director Fisher can correct me if I need a little technical assistance here, but I believe the TIA also looked at the timing of the lights. So transportation will be taking a look at the information provided in that, and they may be making tweaks to the lights to ensure that everything is working as expected.
Okay, and you mentioned that it's 194 parking spaces, right?
Currently, yes.
Okay, and I have a question. It says ATCO is, I don't know, reserving some right for future pipeline or whatever. What does all that mean?
So ATCO has requested a PUL, a public utility lot across the front. They currently have a right of way that runs across the property. And there is already a pipeline that exists in that location. So they are protecting their interests. And we'll be discussing with them exactly what that looks like.
Great, thank you. Other questions at this point? Mr. Fisher?
Yeah, I'm not gonna turn on my mic because it screeches at me. But just on the right of way, I really don't want to create a new PUL there. So that's part of administration's conversation to have with ATCO, but that doesn't affect the rezoning piece. That's more of a development piece.
Okay. Okay, anything further at this point? Thank you, Ms. Modi. Okay, I will now call on those in favor of the bylaw to come forward if they wish to
Oh,
speak.
yeah, let me get up there.
And if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself for the record.
I'm Paul Singer. I'm with Dupin Industries. We're the ones heading up this development. So obviously we're trying to get you more hamburgers,
More
more
apartments.
hamburgers. Yeah, but I'm deaf and obviously now because you keep burning the other ones down, which thank you for that. In an
Sorry, we had nothing to do with that.
But it does really help the viability of it. No, I mean, we were planning it already, but yeah, so you'll have more housing and more hamburgers.
Okay, well, choice is a good thing.
Mhm.
Okay, Councilor Sharma?
Is this like a condo style, like where people can purchase them, or is this gonna be
That'd be-
just a rental only?
This particular project to be rentals.
Thank you.
Councilors, any other question of clarification? Councilor Carr?
Originally, you were planning on 80 some units in the apartment, were you not? Now it's 67.
Well, and truthfully, we're kind of, with the recent events, we're kind of back to that. It comes down to parking.
Okay.
And it's, we actually met this afternoon to have that very discussion, and it's, the little stream that nobody cares about in the back, has caused us some grief to that. And so if we can come up with a way to make it so that, it doesn't delay the project, we'd be happy to put another floor on. However, if we can't build it this year because we have to talk to the Alberta government, well, then we're gonna go with what we got.
That's fair. Thank you.
Any further? Councilor Ford?
Not a question, more of a comment, but I did see the plans when they first came out a number of years ago, and I'm glad to see this project move forward.
Me too. I put a lot of effort into that plan.
Councilor Scanlon?
This might be one for Alicia to weigh in on. What would be the shortage of parking that what number would be missing, I guess, from another floor? How short would we be?
A
Sorry, I took
dozen.
the long way around that question.
A dozen. We need a dozen stalls.
A dozen.
Ish.
Our minimum standard right now is 1.5 stalls per apartment, so.
Yeah, we have a couple extra on the site already, so, but you know, we basically need a dozen. We know where we'd like to put them, but it's in the back and the back's not friendly. So you know, there's a culvert there that already exists. The question is, okay, well, what if we make the culvert so that we could maybe park on it or drive over it, or you know, there's some options there, and you know, we'd like to work collaboratively in a way that we'd really like to add more to that building. It's just, it became a number based on how many stalls we could fit and not touch the stream.
Councillor Boyd, or Deputy Mayor Boychuk, do you have any questions at this point?
No, not at this time.
Thank you. Yes,
One for Alicia while she's closed.
okay.
Given the percentage of stalls it would be off, would this be something that like the MPC would have the capacity to waive, given that there's been other projects in town where parking requirements have been waived?
So in this case, it would not be the MPC, it would be council. So we can talk about varying the minimum requirement. The question is, in this particular case, we've done that a lot in the downtown, and I happily support those because we've got a lot of additional public parking in the downtown. This site is more constrained, so we just want to make sure we don't create a situation.
At that.
Yeah, it's a conversation we can have. Yeah.
Anything further at this point? Okay, thank you. And onwards now, I will now call on those opposed to the bylaw. Okay, I will now call on any person deemed to be affected who wishes to be heard. Okay, now I'll call for any concluding statements. Ms. Modi,
I have done.
anyone else want a concluding statement? Okay, seeing that all presentations have been made, I will now declare the public hearing closed at 5:22. So thank you, everyone. And now we're back to the agenda, and we're looking at bylaws. And the first one is bylaw number 2131, amendments to the land use bylaw number 1891 for the purpose of redistricting lands to support a mixed use development. And we have Ms. Modi speaking to this, please.
Yes, so we won't go into the details because we just heard the details, but we are looking at redistricting to the direct control district. We have kind of touched on what the next steps are, but once we have that updated site plan and roadside development permit from the developer, we'll be able to bring that forward to council for decision. Once we have the development permits, we would then be moving into entering into development agreements, which would be a condition of that permit. There also will be a subdivision on this site at some point, once that application is made. And then we would have site prep going on and the developer applying for building permits and then starting the construction. So some of these things can definitely happen concurrently so that we can get this project moving visibly on the ground in the near future. Council has a couple of options before them. The first is to provide both second and third reading of the bylaw tonight, which definitely facilitates the proposed development, increases hopefully our residential housing supply, and supports the residential development near services. It will create some additional, I don't like the word disadvantages here, it's more of a consequence, but possibly one we definitely want to live with, which is to increase some existing pressures to provide services and amenities to residents in this area that it's not currently designed to meet. In terms of financial implications, the new development will increase property assessment base and thereby increase the property tax generated by the developing lands. But the added pressures for new services and amenities may also have operational and capital budget impacts. Council could choose to only go for second reading this evening. That would delay the bylaw adoption and the subsequent development process, but would give council a chance to add some or to ask for any additional information. That may also create some frustration with the development community. there would not be significant additional financial implications there. Third option would be to defeat the bylaw. There are no advantages that we see to this. Would not facilitate the new development, and the land would likely remain undeveloped. And it would be an opportunity or a lost opportunity from a revenue generation perspective. So it is our recommendation that council give second and third reading this evening.
Thank you. Just a question, you spoke to next steps. So supposing, third reading goes ahead here this evening, is there any time estimate on how long those next steps might take before the developer is able to move more dirt or something?
It really depends on just how quickly the site plans come in.
Being,
Yeah, if we can, we'll bring the development forward in February. And if not, we'll bring it forward absolutely as soon as we can after that. Yeah.
thank you. Councillors, any questions at this time? Perhaps someone would move us forward with this matter? Councillor Good?
I'll move second reading to bylaw 2131, which amends land use bylaw number 1891 by redistricting plan 3115 HW, lot 11 and plan 3115 HW, lot 10 from C2 commercial district to C direct control district.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, everybody's clear on the motion? All those in favor of the motion?
I'm in favor.
Great, it is carried. Thank you. Would someone care to move us further along?
Move that council give third reading to bylaw number 2131, which amends land use bylaw number 1891 by redistricting plan 3115 HW, lot 11 and plan 3115 HW, lot 10 from C-2 commercial district to direct control district.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Everybody's clear on the motion? All those in favor of the motion?
In favor.
Great, it is carried, and we're now into direct control of that area, and we wish the developers well and a happy time frame too.
On time and on budget.
So thank you, Ms. Modi, and good luck, gentlemen, with your project, and you're very happy that it's moving forward, and hopefully the weather will cooperate when you need it to cooperate and all those good things as well.
Not today, but we still managed to get it done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank all of you for your attention and both of Alicia and Pat, who, despite the fact that we have butted heads many times on this, they have done you a great service in making sure that we got everything exactly the way that it should be. So thank you all.
Great, well, smooth sailing from here on.
Thank you very much.
Okay, comments from the public? Okay, perhaps someone would move the adjournment of this special council. Council Ford moves adjournment at 5:28. And we'll take we need a 2-second break or anything, or good? Okay. Okay, I will now call the Governance and Priorities Committee meeting of Monday, February 3rd to order at 5:28 p.m. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
Your worship and council, administration proposes to delete the closed session items for this evening.
Thank you. Okay, with that, would someone perhaps move us along?
I'll move that council adopt February 3rd, 2025 Governments and Priorities Committee meeting agenda as amended.
Thank you. All those, everybody's clear on that motion? All those in favor of the motion?
In favor.
Great. Okay, in front of us, we have the minutes of December 2nd, 2024, Governance and Priorities meeting. We've had a chance to review those. Are there any additions or edits, I should be saying. If not, maybe somebody moves along on that one too. Counselor Good? Counselor Good moves that council adopt the minutes of the December 2nd, 2024 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting as presented. We're clear on the motion, so all those in favor?
In favor.
Great, it is carried. Comments from the public at this point? We don't seem to have a public here. So presentations, we're looking at a refreshed land use bylaw, and Ms. Moni, Manager, Planning and Development, will speak to this.
Pulling up the correct technology.
So for anybody out in virtual land, we've got a document in front of us now. And it looks quite thick. And Ms. Moni is going to carry us on. So I don't know if
All 240 pages today?
Mr. Boychuk will just kind of follow along.
Yes, there is a paper copy of the draft bylaw waiting for Council Boychuk when he is able to be here in person. So yes, I'm very excited to be able to bring this draft forward to council for your information and feedback, absolutely. We've been working on this for some time, sometimes on the side of the desk, and we finally managed to move it enough forward to the front so that we can bring it forward to council. So we have a draft here that is it is a draft, so please, if there is feedback, know that we are not committed to any one particular thing. We are open to feedback. We want to make this a bylaw that is the town's bylaw that makes sense for Peace River, and is by no means something that is my bylaw. Feel free to suggest some improvements. I'm sure that they do exist. There, okay, so before we get into the details of the document, we have been working towards this with some principles in mind. We do want to reflect the Peace River context. Peace River is not your average community in the prairies. It is very unique with many unique constraints and challenges that come into play when we talk about development. So we do want to talk or reflect that in the document. We want to make sure that it aligns with our plans. So that's with our municipal development plan and the area structure plans and our intermunicipal development plans. That being said, there are perhaps a few things in this document that will mean that we'll also want to bring forward an amending bylaw to the MVP so that we have some consistency between the two. We do want to follow best practice, or at the very least good practice across the province. As we were working on this, we were consulting with a number of other municipal land use bylaws to see what was happening in other communities that are of similar nature to Peace River. We want the regulations to be clear and purposeful and also enforceable, and to simplify and improve our development processes. Let's get one. Oh yes, okay, so before we get in again to the exact draft, I do just want to remind council of what a typical land use bylaw has in it, and also that every municipality in the province of Alberta has a land use bylaw. That is a requirement of the MGA. We've had a version of this land use bylaw, what I would call the more modern version of our land use bylaw, since about 1979, when the Planning Act changed to the Municipal Government Act. Prior to that, we've had a bylaw regulating development in the town since 1931. Or sorry, 32 is when it was adopted. So we've been here for a long time, but current land use bylaws, typically they will have uses. They are often listed as permitted and discretionary, which is consistent with what we have. And you will separate all of the land within the municipality into different districts. So every piece of property, privately titled property in the town, will have a district applied to it. Many municipalities also include overlays in their bylaw. An overlay is literally overlays on top of the districts and might have other regulations that are specific to a certain type of context. It could be land that's adjacent to the river or within a floodplain. Those are typical overlays that you will see. Then within the bylaw, there are regulations that are separated usually into general and specific. So general regulations are something that could apply to any development anywhere in the community. Your parking regulations would be an example of a general regulation, or landscaping, general regulations around access, that sort of thing. And then you'll have specific regulations that are specific to a specific listed use. Often we have specific regulations related to accessory buildings, fences, decks, or a very specific use. For instance, a brewery is one that isn't ours. Oh, I think I skipped ahead. And then also the land use bylaw will speak to processes. So when are there exemptions to the permit requirements? What are the processes for issuing a permit, for providing notice, for appeals, and for how to change the bylaw itself? So within this current draft bylaw, we have separated into 6 different parts. We've got our approving authorities and exemptions towards the front. Part 2 is the land use districts and overlays. All of the other regulations, those specific and general regulations, are in part 3. Part 4 is our administration, so that's all the processes that I was speaking about. Part 5 is the definitions. One of the things I'm very excited about for this bylaw compared to our current one is that every single one of the uses that is listed in this bylaw has a definition. Some of our current uses don't have a definition, and not all of them are clear enough to know what that might include or might not include. And then lastly, we've got the schedules. That would be where the land use map. And so for the districts and the overlays will live. Those are not, I just want to make note, those are not printed right now in these binders, but you will have the ability to go look on our web map to see both the proposed districting and the overlays. You can go look on the computer. And it also includes our schedules. We've got some extra tables at the back that I'll speak to as we get through the document itself. So now we're going to take a bit of a tour highlighting some of the big changes in the bylaw. And I do want to say this is a big overhaul of the document, so I'm not going to speak to every single change, but these are some of the possibly bigger moves that we're making, or ones that we just want to make sure are brought forward and to everybody's attention. But this is a draft, and we would like you to go through and ask us questions about all of the areas that are in here, not just the ones that we're highlighting tonight. But in terms of some big moves, so within part 1, we do have a section for when development permits are not required. In addition to some of the things that have been in there for a very long time, we've added some interesting new exemptions. The first one is a change of use within a commercial or industrial building. We're proposing does not require a development permit if it is going from a permitted or a discretionary use to a permitted use in the district that building is in. So if you're on Main Street and you want to go from a restaurant to a retail store, those are both permitted uses in that area, a development permit would not be required because they're both permitted use, or because that second use, the one that's going to, is a permitted use. And also there would be no specific regulations that would be required or would apply to that site. So this doesn't apply in every single circumstance, because there will be some uses where there is a specific use regulation. So in that case, a development permit would be required, but there would be lots of circumstances where the development is not. Counselor?
Yeah, would an example of that being like going from, say, retail to a restaurant, because there's a lot of regulations to running food service, right? Or would those be provincial kind of things that you have to administer anyways because the province makes us do their dirty work?
Yeah, so this is specifically saying a development permit is not required. So we wouldn't be enforcing any of those general regulations that are within our bylaw. That does not mean that a change of occupancy is not required under the Alberta Building Code. That we cannot make that go away. That is Alberta Building Code, and we don't write that document. And also there would absolutely be rules related for a restaurant to Alberta Health, and those requirements also don't go away. We don't administer that, but our local health body absolutely does.
So in terms of that, we mentioned parking in a previous conversation. So that would just be okay?
So that is one of the consequences of making this proposal, is that we would not be enforcing a minimum parking requirement for any change where it's going from something to a permitted use. Yes.
Councillor Carter.
So if you don't need a development permit, how would you then enforce the building permit process that would follow? Would you not have to have a development permit? And then the next step is the building permit, or would you just forego that? To go from a retail to a restaurant, for example?
We would still require the building permit as the building permit authority. But we would simply not require them to go through the development permit process first.
Okay.
So in the case of going to safety codes or going to a superior contractor, we would, and they're asking for the development permit before they start working on the building permit, we would say in this case, it's not required. Because their land use bylaw provides that exemption.
So you just bring your drawings in like as if it was a development permit, and then you would just apply for the building permit and carry on.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
Councillor Ford and then Mr. Fisher.
When you mention, building codes, where does, like, when you have to adhere to a building code, does that fall in here anywhere saying you must refer to a code? Is that part of the land use bylaw?
Is it?
Right,
Or how does that, how do they relate?
It addresses Councilor Carr's comment too. So there are lots of instances where you might require a building permit, but you don't necessarily require a development permit, right? So if you're doing, say, like an interior wall renovation in your house, you don't necessarily need a development permit for that piece, but you absolutely still do need to go through the building permit process. And so you would approach that separately, right? You would just go to us because we're the building permit authority here, but there are lots of communities where the town is the development permit authority and you would go to an approved agency through ASCA. As far as requiring somebody to go and get a building permit, that's provincial act. It's a safety code act, I believe, that requires you, if you are doing any certain size of work or anything structural, or if there's a certain value associated with it, you're required provincially under a provincial act to go and get a building permit. It's actually not a municipal statute. We're just an accredited agency that you can approach to come get the building permit. So it makes it a lot easier.
So Mr. Ford, is the question, in this land use bylaw, is there a part that says, in this case, you must go and get a building permit? Is that what you're asking?
No, it's more like, okay, so if I bought a place and I wanted to put a basement under it, whether I wanted to put it on piles or if I wanted to make a wood basement or a concrete basement, does this document refer to a code, or is that, how does that relate as far as what I can and can't do?
That's all under the National Building Code, Alberta edition. It's not.
So it doesn't refer to this at all? Okay.
That's a provincial piece, right? We would say, as far as basement goes, we would need probably a development permit for that. Just because you're doing an excavation and putting something in. And we go, hey, you should also get a building permit for this. And we do have areas in our bylaw where we say you are not allowed to put a basement in because of agreements that we have, and some construction restrictions that we're aware of. But generally, that's a building code thing. So it's under the Alberta edition of the National Building Code.
Okay. So that is one exemption that we are proposing to add to the bylaw that doesn't exist today. We have also split out, home occupation is what it is today. We've changed the wording, home-based business. We've created 3 different categories of home-based business right now. And we have proposed to exempt 2 of them. So home office, because right now, if you have a home office and technically you should be coming to get a development permit before you can get a business license, for example. So we're proposing to make a home office type home-based business not require a development permit, and then also a home-based business that is classified as minor. So that does have some regulations or allows for some impact. It allows, say, for a massage therapist is a good example of a minor type of home-based business that would be in our residential areas. And we would say a development permit is not required for those.
Would minor basically be like, you're serving like one person at a time, kind of thing?
Yeah, one person at a time, possibly up to two.
Okay.
If you look in the the specific use regs, there is a home-based business section there, so you'll see kind of the distinctions of what the requirements are for that that level of a home-based business. And it is within the house versus within the house and exactly, yeah, so.
CCAN and.
No, he can't. We'll get there. But yes, so that's another one. Another exemption that we propose is commercial patios. So over COVID, I think we all remember that the ability to operate outside became very pressing. So we did implement a temporary patio policy. We'd like to formalize that, so bring forward a patio policy to council for approval. But then any patio that meets the requirements of that policy wouldn't be required to go for a development permit. And then lastly, another addition would be any solar panels that are building mounted would not require a development permit. Still would require a building permit because you're putting something on a building, so absolutely you can't get away from that requirement, but we wouldn't require a development permit for that circumstance.
And that's for like a residence, apartment, commercial, something.
Essentially, if it's on the building's roof or the building's wall and it's meeting the regulations, then yes. Yep. That would be the proposal. Yeah. So moving into another section of the land use bylaw here, we are at the summary table. So at the beginning of part 2. So one of the big changes that I think is very helpful in terms of just getting a snapshot of what you're allowed to do where is the addition of the summary table. So it is a many pages table here, and what it is showing is all of the uses that are listed in any district in the bylaw. So we've got all of the residential uses, then all of the commercial uses, and then across all of the districts, a P is permitted, a D is discretionary, and a D with an asterisk is discretionary level 2. So another thing that has changed in our current bylaw, right now, almost all discretionary uses go to the MPC. It makes it public, but it also slows it down because whenever we have to issue a development permit through the MPC, we've got to schedule a meeting, we bring our report, it takes some additional time. So the proposal here is to separate it out, and the uses that have the asterisks would be uses that would go to the MPC, and the uses that are just the letter D, those would be discretionary uses that the development officer, so that administration can make the decision on. The development officer always has the option to level it up to the MPC, so we actually go, no, this one, we don't feel comfortable making the decision at the administrative level. We'll bring it forward to the MPC. That's always an option, but we can make those decisions at the administrative level instead and keep those processes moving a little bit faster. And this is definitely an area where I would appreciate feedback on, did we get it right? Which uses are the ones where, yeah, no, we definitely want that to go to that public meeting versus when are we okay having that decision made at the administrative level? And the discretion still gives us the opportunity to have some additional consideration if that use might not be a yes everywhere within the district, but it community can move the application forward in a little bit more of a timely fashion. And then I also just wanted to highlight, we have a number of new uses that we've added to the bylaw in hopes of meeting the requirements and not requiring an application to come forward before we can deal with those things. So we've definitely added urban agriculture, which was something that was flagged in one of our economic development reports as a potential for the town. So we want to make sure that we can deal with that. Fleet services, domestic animal care, I know we've got a bylaw coming forward for that. That use unfortunately came up just a little bit before we got the bylaw here. We do have a general commercial use, which is meant to try and give us a tool for when we don't have a use that makes sense, as long as it's not too specific or too new a use that we're not comfortable. So I don't know if I'm gonna do a good job of explaining it, but there are some circumstances where we might not want to say, yes, we can deal with this under the general commercial. March yourselves back 7 years, and cannabis retail would have been an example where we probably wouldn't say, yes, we are gonna deal with it under this general use. That's a specific enough use that we want to consult with the community and know that we're putting this in the right location before we say yes to something. But we are trying to give ourselves a tool to deal with those unexpected circumstances. Recreational vehicle storage facility, the home occupation, splitting them out the way I mentioned before, live work unit, small animal breeding and boarding, government services. There are a couple here where we should have had it but we didn't. So we're filling some holes, and I would say government services, health and medical services. Those ones are examples of that. We've also simplified the way we're dealing with the different types of recreation uses, and also including recreational accommodations as a use. That's more of your temporary, think a cabin or a park model type development. Any questions before I move on from this slide?
I like the way the chart is laid out. I could use some heavier duty lines on the printout though, but yeah, I like that part of things. It looks like it makes it easier to find things in a pictorial way. So.
All right, so moving on to the land use districts, we've made some significant changes here, most particularly with the residential. So right now we have a lot of different R1 districts, and we are proposing to collapse them into many fewer. So all of the R1, except for R1C, all of those districts would become R1, as well as our R2 and our R2A lands. R1C would be either R1 or R6, and I'll get into what R6 is in a little bit. We've got a new R2 district that is doing some slightly different things. I will get into that in a minute. R3 is R3, which is kind of a medium density, and then R4 and R4A. Again, there were small distinctions between these. We're just putting it all into one district. Our manufactured home subdivision and manufactured home park are both R5, and then RVE, which was a residential village estate, which was basically everything in the kitchen sink, but didn't really make sense for the lands that we were applying it to, is now R6. And again, I'll talk about what R6 is in a slide or two. For the commercial districts, they are largely similar, except for that we've collapsed C2, which is our highway commercial, and C3, which is a shopping center district, which didn't have very many lands that were actually developed that were zoned that way, into just C2. And then the rest of them are pretty similar. C1 is our primary commercial, C3 is our neighborhood commercial. We still have the mixed commercial residential, the CR district, and the riverfront development district. Same for the industrial districts, they're largely staying the same. The numbering is slightly different, but in terms of how they're being separated out, it doesn't change. For the other districts, we've got today a community development district. We have separated that into two, a natural environment district and an institutional recreational district. So community is applied to a whole bunch of lands today, some of which we have the pool or the Baytex are developed there, the hospital, but then other lands are the hillsides. So we've put some, a lot of those lands that are not likely to see any substantial development into a natural environment district. And predominantly lands that were districted this way or that are proposed to be are lands that are owned by the town or another public body like the province. And then we've got our institutional recreation, and that's where we've got a lot of our public uses, where we're actually going and using those lands in a more intensive sort of way. Then urban reserve has been changed to future development district, and direct control is still direct control. Any questions here? And I will also just highlight, so this is the proposed zoning map. We do have a web map that people will be able to go take a look at what their current district is and what the proposed district is. And for the most part, we have districted properties in what is the most equivalent version of the district. So if you were R1 R1 and 20, now you're gonna be R1. There are some circumstances where a parcel was districted something that doesn't reflect what is actually on the ground today or what we expect to see on the ground anytime in the future. So we have not just gone to the exact same district, but have chosen to make a change. One example that I'll point out to illustrate the point, Cool Springs Trailer Park is currently, it's on 2 parcels of land. One of them was zoned the manufactured home park, the other one was zoned industrial. We are proposing to make the entire property zoned for the use that is on the site. Now, this is gonna be publicly available, so if anybody has a concern or a question around that change, then they can certainly come and ask us and discuss with us that proposal and give us some feedback. Okay, so going a little bit more into the residential districts, so that's section 6.2 to 6.7, and also 6.12, which is the mixed commercial residential district. A couple of big changes that we are proposing here include adding permitted uses for accessory dwelling units and semi-detached. So that means that all of the land in the town that is that lower density residential it's residential. People living next to other people is not inherently a conflict. So we're adding in some lower level additional density. So you can have a single detached dwelling as we've always been able to have. You can also have an accessory dwelling unit on your property if you apply, meet the site regulations, and also meet the building code because there are building code requirements around that type of development. Or you could also build a semi-detached on that property.
So is this something sometimes called garden suites, or is that a different mindset?
Accessory garden suite is one of the types of an accessory dwelling unit. So that includes a secondary suite, which would be something that is within the envelope of the primary building. A garden suite, which would be a separate unit outside, usually in the backyard, or a garage suite, which would be a detached garage that also has an accessory dwelling unit or a suite attached to it.
And these would apply in more residential areas, you're saying, but not
Yes.
all, or all?
The majority of them,
Okay.
yes. Now that being said, and I have another slide that gets to it, so we're kind of bouncing around, but that's okay. For the accessory dwelling units, there would be a limit to, if you're in a lane, the proposal is if you're in a laneless subdivision, so, you know, you back onto your neighbor, then you can add 1 dwelling unit to your property, provided you can also meet the site requirements. So there's also a parking requirement you have to be able to meet on site to be able to meet that requirement. If you are in a laned subdivision, so where you have a back lane that you can access your property from, Laura West Piece is an example of that, you could have up to 2. So you could have a secondary suite in your house, and then you could also potentially put a garden suite in your backyard.
So side question totally, does this affect your water and sewer? Like that becomes a big deal in those situations or not?
I'll jump in on that one. I think it's really gonna depend on, like, we're gonna pass a new bylaw, and then it's not like we're gonna have 2,500 new accessory units show up overnight, right? I certainly think that 1 or 2, not gonna be a problem pretty much anywhere in residential area. As we grow, if we do grow, and you start seeing a big increase in it, it could, but that's more of an infrastructure issue that we would address through our infrastructure program than a land use planning one. I would argue, because we can and should be able to manage that, right? But if you look out on any block in town and you have 1 or 2 additional dwelling units get developed on a block, probably not an issue. On a couple blocks, probably not an issue, right? So I don't think it would cause any near-term pain. And certainly by making it available and permissible to happen, there's probably a lot of them that are developed illegally anyways. And when I say that, like, not permitted accessory suite, like the basement suite or mother-in-law suite, and So there's lots of them that probably already exist, and it's just a vehicle that as they come up, we have a way to improve them.
Thank you.
All right, it does come up again, so we might come back to that conversation. A couple of other big changes to highlight in the residential districts is that we have proposed to reduce the front yard setback from 7.62 meters down to 6.1. 6.1 has already existed in our town in Saddleback for many years, and a good portion of that neighborhood is developed to that standard. This does mean that as people infill a lot or develop a new area, they'll be able to have slightly bigger backyards. And there's also more buildable space on that property. And then going to more buildable space, we've also increased the site coverage from 35% to 55%. So that does mean that we can have more building on each residential lot, which also accommodates the ability to add a garden suite to that area as well. And then I did speak or mention the fact that we've got a couple of new residential districts that are a little bit different. So the R2 is not proposed to be specifically applied to a specific piece of land right now, but it is a new land district that allows for smaller lots. So right now our standard is, I actually don't remember what the metric version, but it's approximately 50 feet wide is the standard width for a residential parcel. The R2 proposes to shrink that down, so narrower lots. But it also means that we can apply that to some of the areas of town where we do already have small lots. So the area by the co-op on 94th and 95th, a lot of those parcels are 33-foot wide lots. And when we look to the CR district, when we're dealing with the residential use in that district, we say, and apply the standards of the R1 district to those lots. All of those lots are substandard for the R1 district. Here, if we point to the R2 district, now those lots are legally exist, and the development on them can legally conform to our bylaw. And then that potentially opens up the door if we do get a developer coming to town who wants to do a higher density new residential neighborhood. That can be a tool that they can use rather than going to our R1 district, but proposing some smaller lots in an R2 area. And then we've also proposed a new R6 district that allows for larger lot development, and specifically development that's not connected to municipal infrastructure. So we do have some areas of town on the west side that are not connected today, and we also have an area structure plan on the west side in the Weberville area that proposes to allow development that's not connected to our municipal infrastructure. So this would be the appropriate district for those areas. Any other questions? Okay. Another thing that you will see in every single one of the land use districts now is a discretionary assessment criteria. So the intention here is that we've got discretionary uses, but what is it that we care about when it comes to the discretion? So this helps the development authority to actually focus, like, what are the impacts that we might be concerned about? And what sort of information do we ask for or do we consider when we're making that discretionary decision? So you'll see in each of the districts, we've got the listed uses listed, permitted and discretionary, and then we have a secondary table that takes all of those discretionary uses and identifies the different types of potential impacts of that use, and which are the ones for that use that we care about, that we might want to mitigate the impact. And those assessment criteria are the thing at the back of the book in the schedules that gives us a little bit more information. So we're talking about what is potentially the impacts. It could be a visual impact, the traffic impact of the development, noise, odor, dust, light, vibration, CN rail, environmental impacts to our municipal infrastructure, fiscal, cumulative impacts of many things happening at the same location, perhaps many cannabis retail stores being an example, safety or compatibility with adjacent land uses. So we're trying to give ourselves a little bit more direction, both the development authority at the administration level, but also potentially the NPC, when we're bringing forward a report. But these are the things that we might want to consider as a part of it. So at the back, those assessment criteria descriptions will give us what are the types of information we want to be asking for, what are the considerations that we might want to be thinking about. And it doesn't mean that every single time we're going to, all of those things will apply, but it just gives us some direction so that we're not just making a decision based on what we think of that day, but there's a little bit more of a formal framework around it. And that is in every single one of the districts. Yes.
But that also, the other side of that is if we give people clarity in, if they're gonna go for some things that could come up. So, I mean, I can see this being really useful if you're to have those things, so it's not coming out of the left field somewhere where somebody that day just thought, well, I think this. You know, and I think putting some structure around that is really, really good, so. I think there's two benefits there, not just for you guys in doing your planning, but it's also giving information to a developer or a person who's looking at doing something, whatever that something is, as to what kind of questions they're gonna be asked. I like that.
Yes, thank you. I meant to say that exact point as well. That's 100% part of the overall, in other spots in the bylaw too, is where we take away that whatever the development authority thinks, it's, you know, this is actually the things that, this is our standard, or these are the things that we think might be an issue here. So that we are giving that clarity for
In my
them.
mind, it sort of helps eliminate what I would call a perception of capriciousness, kind of. And I think that's really useful.
Thank you. All right, so moving on to the next section, we do have 5 overlays. So one of the ideas here is that we're bringing together all of those areas of the bylaw where there's more of a geographical focus. And for me, this has, I think, been really good because there have been some moments where it's easy to forget for some of the regulations that currently exist that are buried there. So we have 5 overlays. We've got our Main Street overlay that exists in the current bylaw today. We have changed, or I would say improved the language, the clarity to make things more specific, more enforceable. But the Main Street overlay still exists. One of the big changes there that I would like to highlight for council is that today there's a minimum building height on the Main Street overlay for 2 stories. We have dropped that down to a 1.5 story facade being the lowest. That's not to suggest that I don't prefer 2 stories or more on Main Street to try and provide a nice consistent edge along Main Street to maximize our building potential. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the market's always there for that. I would like to see the town incentivized towards 2 stories or more, but not necessarily mandated. So by dropping it to a 1.5 facade, we're still getting some of that look, but we're not requiring it. And if there is a development that needs to only be 1 story, then as long as their building is a little bit taller to give us that edge, we can still accommodate it. So it's probably, I would call, the most significant shift in the overlays. We also have a Lower West Peace overlay. That is one that limits basement construction in Lower West Peace based on the water table. It's been in our bylaw for some time. This just makes it more geographically prominent on a map. We have added a proximity to rail overlay because we do get feedback from CN, as you've seen this evening. If we don't give ourselves some authority to deal with it in some circumstances, then we don't necessarily have a tool to use. So this is just within certain proximity of the rail line, giving ourselves the authority to make some additional requirements if that is the responsible thing to do. Then we have a historical significance overlay that is applied to 1 piece of property in town that is designated as a historical property by bylaw. And that if we were to have an additional historical property, we would add that to that overlay. And I feel like I missed one. But maybe I did.
Riverfront.
Oh, thank you. The river, river adjacent lands. That is the blue. So basically there is, the R1D district today has some additional requirements in it for development adjacent to the river in the Shaftesbury Estates area. We've taken those specific requirements out of the district and just put it into an overlay so that we can be consistent in terms of our zoning of the residential lands in the town. Questions? All right, getting back to the accessory dwelling units, I think we've spoken about most of this, but I will just highlight, that here in the green, so I know it's been some time, but we did have some initial consultation on a number of items in the land use bylaw. One of them was secondary suite, so back in, or accessory dwelling units in general. When we did that initial survey back in 2018, there was majority support for the idea of adding accessory dwelling units to be allowable in all residential neighborhoods in town. So, other than that, I think we've kind of spoken about it. So any more questions related to that before I move on? Hearing none, okay. Okay, other changes within the general and specific regulations. So we've added within the accessory buildings and structures section, we have added that fence height maximums. So today's bylaw says if you want to build a fence that's more than 6 feet high in the rear or side yards, or more than 3 feet high in the front yard, you need to come get a development permit. But the bylaw doesn't have any regulations for that. So you could come ask for a development permit for a 12-foot fence, and we have no particular authority to say no to that. And I'm not saying there aren't circumstances where a high fence doesn't make sense, but we would like to have that discretion and possibly bring that decision forward to the MPC for a yes or a no. So what we're doing is adding in those actual regulations around fence height so that it's not just get a permit and then the answer is always a yes. There are circumstances where it makes sense to vary those height requirements in Peace River because we are a unique community with lots of unique geography, but still would like to set a standard so that there is a broad standard across the community. And then getting onto storage containers or CCANs, we do propose some changes in this bylaw to allow them in industrial, commercial, public, and future development lands. No more than 2 in the C1, CR, and RD, so in the downtown. And then on the other, those other areas, it would be a maximum at the discretion of the development authority. And they are not allowed in residential areas. So we are allowing CCANs in more areas of our community than we currently do today. You actually take a look around the community, there are definitely CCANs today that are not allowed where they are. They are providing some function to our community, so we are giving ourselves the mechanism to manage them and deal with them without opening the door all the way to in residential. Any questions on this? I see some wheels turning.
Yeah, I've seen some really creative use of CCANs for residential. And I'm talking like, well, not quite tiny home, but sort of more on that idea. And I could see a person doing that, taking a CCAN, they drop it on their property because they're gonna build it into something that's basically a house. So at the first part, it's in residential, so it can't be dropped. But the end result could be, so where would that be covered?
Yeah, so this regulation is specifically related to CCANs for accessory,
Okay,
for as an accessory structure. So what you're talking about is using a CCAN to build a single detached dwelling.
Yep.
And as long as you get your permits, and in this case, also your building permit for sure, because it's gonna require that for the changes. That's something we can contemplate, and that doesn't change this.
okay.
Yeah.
enough. Thank you.
So like 2 CCANs and a downtown piece of property?
You still have to meet your site requirements.
Okay.
And there are some other limitations to their placement, so not in the front yard, for example. The devil is in the details throughout the document. This is the highlight, but you have to definitely go in and read the regulations.
Sort of like a dead cat at the table. It's like, we need to talk about this.
All right, another section that we've added, a little, honestly, this section, we haven't added a lot, we've added a little. The current land use bylaw has a short sentence around lighting right now. So we have added a little bit, around lighting, making sure that we can request a lighting plan for multi-dwelling unit developments, commercial, public, and industrial uses. And setting a few small standards around making sure that that on-site lighting is not creating an issue for adjacent landowners, not being facing upwards and, you know, creating issues around not having a dark sky, those sorts of things. So we are addressing site lighting, not getting into too many details here, really, in comparison to some other things. But it was definitely an area where there was broad consensus that it would be a good idea for the town to ensure that we can regulate away from having negative impacts on surrounding properties. Landscaping and screening. So this is another area where we have very little direction in the current bylaw. And essentially what we've done for some of those larger sites, like the one on the West Hill, is basically said, what's your landscaping plan? And then they've shown us a landscaping plan. And that's been good, but we don't have a standard. So nobody knows, to Councillor Good's point, whether or not that's good enough for us. So we're actually setting some requirements that are specific around what is a yes from the town of Peace River for landscaping. So we do have a couple of key ones for residential lots. Right now, we've set a minimum of 1 tree per dwelling unit. So if you build a house, we would like you to put a tree in the front yard, and that meets our requirements. Right now, it's written as front yard. That doesn't stop you from putting more trees in the backyard, but our requirement is 1 tree in the front yard, and the rest of the landscaping is up to you.
Okay.
Yeah. For industrial, commercial, and multi-unit apartments, we have 1 tree for every 120 meters squared and 1 shrub for every 30 meters squared of required setback. So when you build a site, you have the front yard setback requirement, the side yard setback requirements, and the rear yard. So whatever that number is for that parcel dictates the minimum requirement. And when we were looking at these numbers, we started from a place of where Whitecourt's numbers were at. We've actually made them a little bit less than their standard. But what I did is we looked at some sites that we have recently gone through, and they provided a landscaping plan. And what they've provided would be pretty close to in line with these numbers. So this is consistent with what we've been getting back from developers when we say, what's your landscaping plan?
Just to be clear, these are minimum requirements. If you want more, you can do it, but like, if you're doing a whole subdivision worth of houses, you know, one tree in front is pretty close to what you would get in like a city of Edmonton, and arguably it may or may not be enough, but there's a financial cost to development that comes with kind of cranking things up a little bit more, and it is sometimes viewed as a bit of a development killer if you've got them too high.
So we wanted to make them not too high. One more statement and then I'll get to the question. One other thing that I wanted to highlight is that we have put in these regulations an option to ourselves to waive the requirement if we're dealing with a change of use permit. So if we're dealing with an existing site in town, and this is, you know, pro or con, however you take it, but if we're dealing with, say, a developed industrial site in town, and someone is coming forward to do a change of use because they want to do something different in that building, we're not triggering the land or the landscaping requirement for the existing site. If you're building a new building, then no, the landscaping requirements apply, but not for those change of use permits that we deal with. I'll support.
So if I was to buy an empty lot in a residential neighborhood, just an empty lot, and I plan on building a home there, so that landscaping requirement mandates me to have a tree in my front yard?
It does right now, yes.
They destroy your property.
Okay, how about, the move away from lawn to, alternate uses of the front yard, in other words, either more natural,
Mhm.
or totally shrubs. Gardens, and I'm talking gardens, you
Yeah.
know, like
Productive gardens.
productive gardens. I mean, there's a lot of people who I've been reading about, I haven't seen them here, but in a lot of places, they're looking at why are we so hung up on grass, right? Does this plan speak to any of that? And what happens if the whole street's lawns and somebody decides to put in the natural cat friendly, no cats outside, of course, but cat friendly garden, you know what I'm saying?
So this, the minimum requirement for us is that any portion of the site must be landscaped. If you go look in the back at what landscaping qualifies at, we're not getting specific to you must have grass. It must either be landscaped in a natural way. That could be a garden, or it could be, or it could be part of landscaping as well. Yeah, but you can't just leave it as ungraded, not finished, essentially.
Fair enough.
That being said, if there's any other bylaw in the town of East River that creates limitations, that's outside of the scope of this,
Yeah.
but this one is not creating
It's
those.
just a thought.
Yeah. All right, another thing that's added to this, land use bylaw is just dealing with recreational vehicles and creating a maximum of 2 RVs on a residential site, so that we're not dealing with situations where someone's living next to a RV storage yard, essentially. Lost my train of thought. An RV, sorry, yeah, what I want to say, an RV, in this case, is specifically, this is not a boat or a quad. We're talking about the trailers that we all think about that we go camping in. Those are the things that qualify as RVs. And then it also creates a couple of regulations just to make sure that the RVs are not creating an undue impact. So they can't be stored in the required parking stalls. So every dwelling unit is required to have enough parking for 2 parking spaces or vehicles on their site. So if you're using your RV in one of those and you're always parking on the street, that could be something that could be enforced through this provision. Also that they are parked fully on private property and that it must be parked at least 0.6 of a meter back from a sidewalk or a laneway, just to provide enough sight lines past that
That's
vehicle.
like a foot.
Yeah, not a huge amount of space, but enough. So this is,
I'm just curious, is that something that is, I'm not to rain on the parade of campers, but a lot of people don't like seeing like a big 20-foot trailer right beside their house,
Mhm.
1.5 feet off the sidewalk. You know, it sort of blocks view because those things are like humongously tall at times. I'm just wondering, is this,
is it enough? This is, I would call this the low end of the restrictions that municipalities place on the placement of RVs. So there are some municipalities that are more restrictive and will not allow RVs, for instance, in the front yard. So you couldn't have your RV in the front driveway. That being said, we have a lot of properties that don't have access to a lane. So unless they can get their vehicle into their backyard, then they can't park it on their site. But I guess that's why RV storage also exists.
yeah, I'm just, I just have my, and maybe personal, I don't know, but I'm just wondering how, one of the reasons people don't like RVs on the street is for the same reason they're probably not gonna love them 1.5 feet back. It really doesn't change anything, it changes the location, it doesn't take up the parking spot, but the visual effect of it could be rather interesting. And is a residential area, the question I'm having is a residential area the proper place to store your RV all winter? I mean, secondary suite, I don't know the answer to it, I'm just asking a question that I think people could come up with, it's like, I have this property now, I have 1 RV on one side, 1 RV on the other side. I can't put a 6-foot fence in, but I can put a 10-foot RV there.
Mhm.
Because you put a limitation on the fence, but the effect is the same.
Mhm.
So it's just, I'm thinking out loud, but
So we are doing public consultation, and that could be a question we ask.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, just, sorry, RV, you're gonna have some fun with this one, apologies. Two RVs is a lot, like, so I could put two RVs on my grass in front of my house.
I think it must,
Cause I can't put it on my driveway, you've already said that.
you can park it on your driveway as long as you're not obstructing the 2 parking stalls that you're required to have.
Right. But, you know, like, it just seems.
I think for full clarity, I don't think we've got any restrictions right now
Yeah,
in our bylaw, right? And so we're proposing to add something there. And I would say, I would agree with Ms. Modi that this is on the low end of like the restrictive side of
Yeah.
these, right? There are lots of places where you're not allowed. And like, she said, no RVs in the front yard. And aside from a couple neighborhoods, most of our residential doesn't have access to their backyard, so it makes it quite challenging to permit RVs, so going more restrictive than this is gonna be a painful conversation if you wanna go that way. And that's kind of the point of going for engagement, is we can feel that out. But right now, there's nothing, there's no restrictions on this. I'm pretty sure.
There's very little.
Very little, right?
Sorry, I just want to clarify, because the front yard issue, based on the wording, devil's in the details of the regulation, is that maybe a maximum of 2 recreational vehicles may be parked or stored in the rear yard, the side yard, or on a driveway.
very good.
Yeah, so no RVs on people's lawn. That is not something that is being created here.
People do that already. Yeah, there's people, cars and RVs, it's around, but yeah, okay, no.
So, this is gonna come up with public engagement perhaps, and, council can, keep their minds on the question too, I guess.
Exactly. This is not baked finally. This is halfway through the process of putting it all together. Any more questions related to the RVs? That is why I wanted to bring it up, because I didn't want to surprise anybody.
That have like ample room for that, yeah, but plenty that do not.
Yes.
There's other things that's good. Oh, I can't get to my backyard. With the trailer.
But when you buy a house, perhaps you need to think about
Yeah.
what you have that you need to keep with you, I guess. However, that's.
All right. All right, moving on to section 10 of part 3, which is our parking regulations, which have been pulled out to their own section. So we have a couple of substantial changes here that I think are potentially very exciting and also pretty consistent with what's been happening at the MPC over the last little while. So one of the key things is that we are removing minimum parking requirements along key streets in the downtown. So that first, the first diagram up top, that shows the areas where this would apply. So unless you're building a dwelling or a visitor accommodation, which would be a hotel or a motel, you are not required to provide on-site parking if your business is fronting onto Main Street or portions of 101st or 99. Now, part of the rationale for this is that we have on-street parking. We also have substantial off-street parking and public parking lots in the downtown. The MPC has been presented with a request to vary parking requirements repeatedly over the last number of years and has virtually, I think, not just virtually, always provided that variance. And I don't think that we've noticed a substantial change to the impact in the downtown on parking. So we're proposing to take that process, that variance away. If it's happening in these areas, no minimum parking is required, so it doesn't become something that needs to go to the MPC for variance. The answer is yes. So that's one of the big changes, and that is only applying to a certain, or to a small part of town. So we still have parking minimums for the majority of Peace River, but not for those specific areas. We are also updating the minimum parking requirements that we have. If you look through the parking section, you will see a long table that lists all of the individual uses and the parking requirement related to them. The majority of them are pretty similar. Some of them it's not applicable because it just doesn't make sense to have a parking requirement for that type of use. But I won't go through all of them because it's a long list. But if you have one that sticks out and you can't understand why it would be that way, please bring it forward, because maybe we need to have a sober second thought. An additional change is that right now, there is the ability to provide credit for on-street parking in the downtown, but technically not allowed anywhere else. So we are proposing that anywhere that there is street parking associated with a commercial or a public use, anywhere in the community, we can credit that parking, the street parking, towards that development. So if you've got street parking, you don't necessarily need to provide the full minimum parking requirement on the site. We can lower the parking requirement on individual lots where street parking exists. So this applies in the north end, the Baytex, for example. There's street parking all the way around that site that most of the time is not used at all. We could credit ourselves that, but it doesn't necessarily apply everywhere. A lot of our highway commercial area, there's not street parking. So in that circumstance, it doesn't become a part of the conversation. We have also added some bike parking requirements. I want to be clear that this is specifically for apartment, commercial, and public uses where there's also on-site parking. This is a very low threshold. In that bike parking is not hard to provide. The bike racks are not very expensive. Of all of the requirements that we require, or that we might require, it's probably the cheapest thing we could ask for. And it's only over a certain threshold. So please go read the details of that one. And when we look at what we've received from developers over the last number of years, typically they are already providing that bike parking near to the door. So it is happening regularly anyway. And then another change that we're making to this section, something that's come up numerous times over the last little bit, is the parking surfacing requirements. So today our land use bylaw requires that we have paving, a paved parking lot if it's commercial use, paved parking in the front if it's an industrial area. And we have had some change of occupancy permits recently where that has come up. We are proposing that if someone is only doing a change of occupancy, that we have the option to waive that requirement. That doesn't mean that all circumstances. So if you're doing a major renovation or addition to the building, then that parking requirement might still come up. You might still have to go to the MPC for a variance. But if it's just a change of use, you're walking into the building, putting up a new sign and starting to operate a new business there, we're not necessarily imposing that requirement on that site. So it is friendlier for those sites that are just doing a change of use, but it also means that we're not requiring that standard into those areas. So it's a pro and a con to the community, but it does mean that we're lowering the bar for those smaller businesses that are moving into an existing building that doesn't meet that site requirement. And yes.
Yeah, just one question. So I'm just gonna use the West Hill Industrial Park as an example, kind of in the area where I work. So if I'll just use my company for, not my company, but the people I work for as an example. So if they do a renovation on the building, their current park, they have the parking requirement, but it's gravel. So if they do a renovation, that forces them to pave. Or not.
Is the entire site gravel?
Yes.
And right now, to meet the requirement of the land use bylaw, they would have to pave the front parking area. So the area within the front yard that is parking, not the entire site. That's the way the bylaw is written today.
That would be for any commercial business with a gravel parking lot right now, because the majority of them are. If they do a renovation, that would immediately require them to pave.
Yes.
But that's the way our bylaw is written right now.
Yeah. We
Yeah.
just had a scenario with that at the MPC and it like Alicia said, it got waived.
Yeah, well, the reason why I asked that, a lot of those, yeah, a lot of those businesses up there have been there a lot longer than the bylaw. So with those businesses, are they grandfathered? Or do they have to pay? Like, what triggers?
Well, a development permit is the trigger. So if what they're doing on the site today triggers a bylaw, or sorry, a development permit requirement, then that's when that regulation comes into play. Which is why we are proposing to give ourselves a little bit more flexibility on it.
And a facade change is not a renovation, am I correct? Like, you're just changing the visible, you're putting a new front on an old building, make it look nicer. You're not changing the structural, you're not changing the structure of the building, it's not gonna trigger.
Probably not. That would be a building permit for sure, but probably not a development permit.
So another good one for public engagement, I would think.
Yeah, and just, I'll share. Recently, we had somebody who owns one of those commercials, we had a business on the West Hill in the industrial area, recently submitted an application for an addition. And that addition triggered our existing requirement for pavement. And we had a conversation with them and they can apply for a variance. But they were adding a new section of building and I think that you would still want to keep that. If somebody wants to go ahead and pave it, they can do that, or they can send it to NPC and ask for a variance, but it does improve things from my side operationally. I want more pavement in the front yard so that there's less gravel going onto the road.
Because that is the consequence of street sweeping and whatever else that way.
But it's a reasonable ask, like if the building's already there to ask for a variance, I think it's a reasonable ask.
Yeah. Any other questions related to the parking changes? No? Okay. Okay,
For full clarity, the proposed changes are less restrictive or less onerous than what is in our current bylaw. So if you want us to go a little further, it's worth the conversation. I do think that you don't want to take the requirement for paving front parking out altogether. I don't want you to take it out altogether. I don't want you to take the requirement out. I do think that requiring front paving is valuable for the community. But if you wanted us to make it easier to request a variance or anything like that, I think that that's something we could support.
Well, depending upon the business too, and the customers, the types of customers that stop out front of a building, sometimes might influence what they want to step on too, in terms of their preparedness to step on something.
and one other change that we did make to the regulation, which does make sense in the community, I didn't put on the slide, but I'll highlight it, is that if the road in front of the business is not hard surface, this is gravel road, and there are some industrial areas of town that are not hard surfaced, then that hard surfacing requirement is not in place, because that rationale doesn't exist in that location.
Well, on the other hand, it could force the town to pave the street in front of you.
Pros and cons.
I just wanted to comment, I like the idea, but I would rather see it easier to get a variance. Just a lot of these, like, you even look at the business where I work at, and they're very, very reluctant even to do sponsorships for various organizations in town because of the dollars. And if you're gonna do, if something triggers to do paving, like asphalt and concrete is not cheap. And if you have something in place that says you must do this, that might trigger that development or that expansion not to happen, because the dollars just aren't there, not in today's economy. So I like the idea, but I like the idea of being able to apply for an easier variance.
And so that is what this proposal is. Okay, so moving on to part 4 of the bylaw, which is the notice section. So when we did that initial land use bylaw engagement, we did ask about notice and what would be people's preferred method of notice. And based on that feedback and our discussions, we proposed to make some changes to how notices are provided for development permits. So we would not be posting signs on site anymore. So those sandwich board signs that you see would disappear. For discretionary uses, variances, and direct control districts, we would provide notice to surrounding landowners before the decision is made so that they are aware of what's coming and they can weigh in before we make a decision. And then we would post those on the website afterwards. So if they care enough to know, then they can go take a look at the website to see the decision after it's made. And for permitted uses, the notice would simply be posted on the website. But that is, I think, the big substantive change to the process part of the land use bylaw. Any questions around that?
Thank you. So what if, I don't know what would even be an example, say a cannabis shop wanted to open up somewhere and they fit every criteria, but my mother lived in the area, how would I know that that's even being proposed if we're not putting up the sandwich boards? Like, because you're not gonna go searching the site randomly, how would you as a citizen not living immediately next door, not getting the notice, how are you going to be aware?
You would, I mean, we'd be sending letters to the surrounding areas. Now, this presumes that the cannabis store is a discretionary use. In some, so it depends. If it's permitted use, then essentially we're saying, and the bylaw is saying, the use is allowed here as long as you're meeting the requirements. So then if that's the case, there's very little appeal ability in that circumstance as well. So what's the purpose that the notice is serving? So if it's permitted use, then you only will know if you go to the website and you take the time to investigate what's being approved where. If it's a discretionary use, then we're providing that notice to the surrounding landowners. And they're having the opportunity to call, to provide feedback, to come to the MPC meeting, because it's a public meeting, to make their concern known if they have one, and then the decision will be issued. And in that letter of notice, we would be telling them that we anticipate the decision being made on this date, and this is where you can go see what that is. So we'd be closing the loop in terms of telling them where they're able to go find that information.
So what are the changes from specifically what changes are happening from what we had before? We didn't send out notices before to the neighbors, did we? That's a new thing?
That is new, yes.
And what else would be changed there?
So today our practice is to post on site and notify the applicant. That's essentially the bulk of it. We have started very recently also posting those decisions on the website, but that's a very recent change. So we would be taking away the notices, which depending on the weather can really, it's a notice for a few days and then it rains or it snows or the sun bleaches it and then it's really hard to read. So the extent to which those are actually successfully providing notice is debatable. And instead we'd be sending out those letters in advance.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And is there still 15 days or something that the notice is like, get your objection in before, is it 15 days or 2 days or?
I'm gonna have to go back and read, 'cause I'm not 100% sure if we've set ourselves a timeline in the bylaw. I don't think so. I don't think, so the 15 days that I think is coming to your mind, that is based on the municipal development plan and our regulations related to the residential in a commercial area that we've recently set for ourselves. It would probably be somewhere between 5 to 15 days, but I don't think that we have a specific timeline. And that's actually probably a really good thing for us to consult on as we go forward.
Mr. Good?
This is sort of maybe a future looking thing, but I know a number of people who have a mailbox and use it so sporadically that because their communication now is email, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Mailboxes, I think, are becoming archaic. So I don't know that everybody has or wants a mailbox anymore. So I'm just wondering, is there any thought, and maybe it's not for today, but is there any thought being given to alternate methods of contact that are more immediate, efficient, trackable? Like an email is trackable. You can know you sent it, you can know the person got it. Dropping it in a mailbox, you don't know if they walked by it, it didn't go by. That's if they have the mailbox and if they in fact use the mailbox. So I'm just thinking as time goes on, especially with Canada Post doing some of the things it's doing of minimizing services, minimizing delivery, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Is mail going to be, I mean, you used to have to put things in the newspaper, and now quite often you don't have to put them there because nobody gets the paper anymore, but everybody did. So I'm just sort of thinking again out loud about that situation. I know people that have mailbox only look at them once a month because there's nothing really that time sensitive in mail anymore. Anyway, it's just fun.
Except for your jury.
Well, yeah, but I mean.
Yeah, and I think that
In a mailbox.
it's definitely a conversation. I think at the administrative level, the question is us, the town, having reliable email addresses associated with each tax roll and our ability to do that consistently.
Oh, I understand the question.
Yeah.
I'm
Mr.
talking
Fish.
about rubber hits the road.
Mr. Fisher?
Yeah, I'm just gonna weigh in. Operationally, the posted sandwich board reports, they are not great. I would say a lot of communities don't do that. And it is specifically one of the friction points we've heard from our developers and the construction teams that are doing these projects, right? Like some drunk person steals a sandwich board sign and we can't prove that they've done the advertising, so they can't really start their project. So moving to the mail and the web posting, again, people may or may not catch it, but it's a lot more developer friendly. And I certainly think that where it comes to the permitted uses, really all we should need to do as municipality is post it on our webpage, because the what they can appeal on those permitted uses is very, very small, right? They basically have to say, you made an error and this is not a permitted use for it to be able to have anything, or that we've skipped an administrative step that's required in our bylaw. In which case we go and do the administrative step and then just approve it anyways. So what they can appeal on a permitted use is very, very small, so we really should put it somewhere and say, here's the things that we've approved and not.
So that's probably why it's very important that people look at the list of permitted uses in this document.
Yeah.
For one.
Yeah, I would like, I would say like, very, very rarely will I see the sandwich boards with development permit when I go tours around them. Just prove it.
Like even, like Voyant, we probably want to keep that for emergencies.
Yes, I'll channel our communications person and say that we would fear notification fatigue and that wouldn't necessarily get to people. And dilute the communication when we really want it to be noticeable. Yeah.
There's challenges no matter what.
Communication is a challenge. All right, almost done. Very little to say on the slide, I think I already mentioned it, but the nice thing about the definition section as it is proposed to be written is every single use is defined, so it provides a greater clarity for us about what we're dealing with. And also the definitions are separated out into the use categories, so you can go see all of the residential definitions together and then all of the commercial, and it just makes it easier to navigate, and I'm very excited for that moment when I get to use it on a day-to-day basis. And then lastly, towards the back, we have our schedules, and specifically, we have those assessment criteria and the detail about what we should be looking for each one of those different types of possible criteria. So, you know, for visual appearance, what is the information that we might be asking for if the visual appearance is a concern for us? You know, elevation drawings, pictures of the site, that sort of thing. What are the requirements that we might want to impose to make sure that there isn't a visual impact? And how are we going to assess the impact of the visual appearance on the rest of the community? Those are kind of the questions that this provides for, or the questions that this provides answers to for each one of those criteria. So it gives us and also the developer a little bit more clarity on what it is that we are concerned with when we're dealing with the discretionary use. Any questions? There's lots of details here, so yes.
I have a question on signage.
Okay.
If someone, like in the development permits, if someone puts up a sign and then they change ownership of the building or whatever, and they have to put up another sign, or even if they just change their existing signage, do they have to have a development permit and a building permit, or how does that work?
So it depends on if they're just replacing the sign copy. So like if they've got a sign that has a structure to it and they're just replacing the words in it, then that wouldn't be a development or a building permit. But if they're taking down the sign and it becomes a new sign structure that's going onto the building, then that would be a development and a building permit. It would be a development permit because they might be changing the size or the placement, and there might be requirements in the bylaw that would impact. And it's a building permit because they're fixing something to the building. So we need to make sure that they're doing that in a way that is meeting the building code.
Thank you.
Oops.
You go.
All right. All right, so next steps. So our hope now is to move into public consultation. We'd like to make this draft publicly available. We have tentatively scheduled an open house here in council chambers for February 19th. And we would also be launching a survey that would collect feedback through the month of February. As we receive that feedback, we'd be working on making changes to the bylaw. I think we'll probably bring this bylaw back to council so council can give some feedback in probably the next Pride and Governance meeting. Once those changes are incorporated and we have a draft that is ready for reading, we bring that forward for first reading, hoping that that will be in April. We really like to get this done over the next number of months. Then we would schedule the public hearing and go through the formal engagement process that we have to. If there are any further changes that come from that, then we bring those forward as well and make those changes and then bring it to second and third reading. If all goes according to plan, June would be a lovely time for that. Any questions about the process going forward?
Well, already booked for February 19th, so that's not so good. Whoops. Anyways, I think it's a very good document, and right now it looks very readable. I like the charts and whatnot to help that readability type of thing. So other questions or discussion? Clarity?
We get keep this document, right?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So is it going to, like chambers of commerce or any particular groups at all? Like that one comes to mind, but
We will be working on circulating and doing broad engagement with the community in general, but also with key interest groups as well. Yeah.
any other comments?
So it's being sent out to developers as well.
No, a lot of work, so, thank you for getting it thus far. I know it's been worked on for years, basically, but other things have come and gone too. I'll look forward to, what the public says about some of the questions that might have been raised tonight and others as well. I think it'll be interesting. So any further comments, sir? Wow, we talked for almost an hour and a half straight here, so that was pretty good. What do we need to do? This was a presentation, so thank you for the presentation. And I think, we're going to take a mental recess for 5 minutes. If that works for people.
Do you want a motion to accept the presentation for information, or do you need it?
No, Thank you, Jane. Okay, we're back in session here. So, next up on our agenda, under, review of bylaws and policies, we have the review of the council grants to organizations policy with, Ms. Dell.
Thank you, your worship. It's been approximately, I think, a full cycle since council reviewed and updated this particular policy. So we were able to utilize it for 2024 year, in its full, term. So now we thought would be a good opportunity, as there were a number of comments and side conversations about a couple of, items that needed to be reviewed within the proposed or within the current policy, and a few proposed changes. We've taken a very cursory first go at it administratively, but would engage council in your direction, additional thoughts, yeses, nos, in, out, however you'd like to proceed. So I'll just quickly go over the highlights of the proposed changes. I don't think there's anything really substantive, but other than maybe the capital component. 11.5 within the proposed updates is just a statement, the addition of a statement clarifying the grant is not intended to fund regular operations. So these are the asks potentially for power bills, gas bills, and the like, whatever falls within a regular operational category for an organization. 11.6, this is the discussion around retroactive funding. Now, sorry, get my papers out here. What I would have proposed within the draft update is changing the word will to may. Currently it says will not retroactively. However, council always has the authority to make a decision outside of a policy, and to be upfront and frank, council has. Many times we've, council's made the choice to fund an event, a project in a retroactive situation. The group has missed the deadline previously, they've applied to a later deadline, whatever the circumstances are. And part of that is getting organizations informed and aware of when the deadlines are for application deadlines, so that they're thinking, 6 months ahead, not 2 months ahead. But changing this word from will to may gives council additional wiggle room. Yes,
Comment on that?
absolutely.
One of the things I'm thinking of is that you could have will not, and then some criteria around what would definitely negate it. It was, will not be approved if, for example, there's no money left in the kitty. I mean, I hate to be that obvious, but we have a certain budget we've set aside. We're not gonna revisit the budget for it. We're not gonna do certain things. I've taken a look at some of those criteria. They will not be approved under those circumstances and may not be approved otherwise. I mean, I think some of the stuff, again, if you're trying to sort of incentivize people to do their homework ahead of time.
Correct.
Putting in some things like,
That's a good idea.
if there's nothing left, don't come kicking at the door, it's gone, right?
And if that triggers a thought to maybe include would not fund an event or project that happened 6 months to a year previous. So the intent is to give you wiggle room if you've missed it by a couple of weeks or a month, but not last year
Yeah.
because you have a deficit,
So-
that type of.
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
thinking thoughts like that.
Yeah, that's. Okay. Feel free to jump in. Oh, sorry, Mr. Board.
I'm not sure if I've ever asked this before, but I'm not sure if you can even answer it, but does because a lot of the events we fund through the grants to groups, these groups go to our surrounding neighbors as well. So does our policy timelines tie in with any of their policies, or do they intercommunicate, or?
Not that I'm aware of, but it is something I could reach out to Northern Sunrise County and see
I
what
think-
theirs are.
Northern Sunrise, you see almost monthly,
It's ongoing.
yeah, so I
So
don't
they're
know.
not on a schedule like,
They,
I don't
they
believe
might
so.
not be, I don't know about.
I don't know.
The South Peace Rec Board, which is typically where the County of Northern Lights directs requests for grant funding. They have an intake date, and I'm sure there's 2 dates a year, but I could find out what the timeline looks like. Are you considering that we sort of synchronize, as it were?
Whatever's easiest for administration, like, cause I know we get, I don't know. Like one group will come here, then they'll go up the hill, then they'll go over here, and I'm just wondering,
Yeah,
like, do we have that communication piece involved?
yeah.
Are our timelines similar to theirs, just that kind of thing?
I could always look into it and see if there's any synchronization to County of Northern Lights. I think is predominantly the one with a formal program.
And they have to tell us if they've accessed other funding.
Correct. In their application, or if they're seeking other funding at least also.
MDP does have something and it does have deadline.
Yeah, yes. Along the subject of timelines, it was asked a while ago, how many people have been given money and not proceeded with their project? I don't think we've ever heard the report back on that. I'm just wondering if we could put a timeline on this. That, and I don't know what would be reasonable, it's gonna depend on what they're doing. If you haven't used it within 6 months of getting approved by administration, building permits or whatever, then you lose it. Like, can we add something like that into there instead of leaving them hanging?
That's actually a good idea. We do propose that similar wording under the capital edition. As we've run into a situation where a group received funding a number of years ago, and their project hasn't proceeded yet. I have learned that they are still planning to proceed. But I believe council's intent in supporting a nonprofit is more immediate than putting funds into their bank account for a future project. So we could look at the wording that we're proposing in capital, and we could replicate it if it works for sort of those operational or general activity projects, with the intent of if you don't use the funds as you've applied, they either need to be returned or you need to come back and ask. Yeah.
And one other, I sent out an email today to council asking, does the grants for groups apply to town of Peace River? Is there anything in the policy, and I can't remember, is it specific to the town of
No,
Peace
it's
River
not.
or is it regional?
It's regional. So the intent is, whether it has a regional or specifically in town, it gives council the flexibility of supporting events and activities that have impact on your community, whether they're actually hosted here or not. Because we know, St. Isidore Carnival, pond hockey event, they all sort of have impact within the community and the region.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm hearing council would like to add a little replication of language of if there's for some reason your event or activity doesn't happen, that you need to come back to council with either another ask, or you talk with an administration and we come up with a new plan, or they give the money funds back. That's the other.
And maybe make it a written request
Yeah.
so that if somebody changes.
I'll go, again, thinking out loud here,
Mhm.
return the funds and then make the request. Because the reason I'm saying that is that if an organization just keeps it, says, well, now you're taking it away from us, the answer is no, you didn't use it for what you said you were gonna use it for, give it back to us. Well, you're totally free to apply again,
Yes,
so I think that
which would be more
it
appropriate.
would be more appropriate for them to return the funds as they were not used as they were agreed to, and then we have no problem with you asking again, because you were treated as fair.
Yeah.
But to sit there and say, well, we've got the funds, so now we're gonna try and come up with another use for your money. I think that the thinking is kind of reversed on that.
Okay. Very good.
The next section, was the addition of, and clarifying capital requests. As noted just previously, this really came about with the scenario of not knowing where those capital funds actually have gone, though confirming that they are still intending to use, but want to make sure that, when groups come to council through this particular grant program, they are ready for the project. We're not maybe the first ask in their fundraising efforts that are going to span a number of years.
I think that's the issue with capital, is because when someone has an event, there's a date that's happening, and then we can support that event, we get our names on it, we get our, recognition for that, when it happens. But these capital things, playground equipment, that's not your example, I know, but I'll just say, it's held off another year, for whatever reason, the weather sucked, the contractor pulled out, there's all kinds of reasons why. Is there, I don't know if there's a way to kind of throttle those capital asks to, like, your project is, within X number of days of happening, but again, like those, again, they get delayed all the time depending on what they ask it.
I would suggest that, if this goes forward, the money being returned, et cetera, like 11.8.2, the new clause, if the project is not completed, the request must be made to extend the funding for no more than 1 year from the date of the, funding approval or something. Otherwise, they can get another.
Yeah, the intent of offering up that piece was, as Councillor Scamahorn just noted, very often the project gets delayed, you have a very short construction window, you miss your window, the weather gets bad, and then the group is hooped for 6 months. We don't want to penalize them, though their intent was to complete the work. Where there's some really valid reasons for delays, I'd hate to say give it back, and then you have to reapply again. Though there are situations I think we can accommodate for an extension. Is that reasonable, specifically for capital projects?
But I think there still needs to be some sort of a deadline on it, but if they can't meet it, they have to come and initiate discussion for an extension.
Correct.
It should not be just implied or assumed.
Correct, yeah.
I think what it comes down to a lot of the time is our enforcement of this policy is just, in the end, it's going to be, well, you're probably not gonna come back here ever again. You know what I mean? Like, if it really goes bad, like, we're reaching into their account and getting, these kinds of things. If somebody doesn't report on the way they should, if somebody doesn't promote us the way they promised they would, whatever it is, when those post event, briefings happen or the postmortem on these things happens, and it's like, because every time a group does come to us, we also get a history generally from administration saying, this is sort of how it's gone in the past. And so the council of the day may not be us, maybe whomever, can say, these guys don't really take care of the funds as well as other groups or what we would think is a standard, and they're kind of spoiling it for the future. And I think that's pretty much how it goes.
The only other significant change that, that we've intended or proposed is a simplification to the scoring matrix. And I do wonder if council, is the scoring matrix valuable to you? Is it an exercise that you'd like administration to continue? Do you want to toss it out altogether? Thoughts?
Councillor Scamahorn.
It sort of helps direct questions too, like if you see something coming up as a one, like, right away, it's like, okay, you know, why is that a one, you know, sort of idea, so I think it's just a good way of giving us a quick view, sort of like the visuals in the land use file we just saw, it's like, oh, okay, look, that jumps out right away, as opposed to, you know, this point in the middle of 5 points in a paragraph here, this one, oh, that, you know, that's an aggravating issue, you know, that might not stand out.
But we tend as a council only to get the total rating. We don't necessarily see the chart, do we?
Yeah,
we
do.
see?
Yeah, we give you, by organization. Not by score.
Yeah, not
Not
by
by
score, you don't. Yeah. I don't know, I guess my question would be, does admin find it helpful to do anything with the topic?
I'm looking at the Director of Corporate Services, because he and I are usually the ones that do the scoring. Not to speak on your behalf, so feel free. Quite often, I do feel that, I'm not sure what the value is for you as council if we're not using it as a threshold against, another mechanism. If we're saying if a group should not receive funds that score any less than X amount, that's where a scoring matrix makes sense. But right now, there's nothing, no thresholds within the policy to give a lot of standard value to those numbers. Director Mumford?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think the administration's role could be reviewing to see if there's anything in the application that may disqualify them
Yeah.
or something to that effect, but you know, in my experience, council's going to proceed how they see fit, irrelevant of how we score it, so I don't know how much value it brings to you folks. I've struggled with the scoring system, just how it was structured, because it's like the minimum is still a relatively high number, and it's no best.
Counselor Good, then Counselor Schaefer.
Well, again, I mean, we're doing this to help organizations in the community, that's, I think, a given. But having said that, I think that, you know, you alluded to, there's no cutoff, for example, let's say you applied 3 times and you haven't done what you said you were gonna do. Well, that could be, fool me once, fool me twice. Again, because you've now tied up funds that may have been available to another organization had you not done that. And if we're gonna be fair to other people, I think there has to be a standard that they can at least understand when they're applying, that they're meeting the standard of the and it can be fairly loose, but there has to be some kind of a standard, it has to meet certain criteria. If it doesn't meet certain criteria, and that could be, does it benefit the community? That's a nebulous concept, but you gotta be able to at least give an argument to it. And I think that there could be some things like that in there that do preclude you from coming and just saying, give me $2,000. I mean, so I think there has to be some kind of a matrix of some kind. I don't know what it is. But I think people could be disqualified for certain things, or at least disqualified for a period. I don't know, it's just a thought.
Yeah. Counselor Shannon?
I agree with Don. I think it gives some kind of a standard to compare against. If we don't have one, how would, you know, the applicant wouldn't be able to see any part of the process, and they're gonna, it made me wonder what that was. So I would like, I wouldn't mind keeping that part of it. I don't know if it has to look the same way, like you said, but it does help.
Counselor Boychuk, any comments on this one?
Yes, one thing I would like to kind of mention is I apply for a lot of grants, and even small ones. We have to give quite a bit of not only input and show we spent the money on what we said we were going to. We had to return the money that was left over, and we had to give a report. I'd just like to see us tighten it up a little bit and get some good feedback, and And then we could report on what the money went to, who it benefited, and all that kind of stuff in our monthly reports. It's a good thing that we do, and we support a lot of groups, but at the same time, maybe we could collect more data and stuff.
Okay, Counselor Ford, then Counselor Shannon.
I tend to agree with my fellow counselors as far as the matrix goes, however that matrix looks in the future, but some sort of scoring process would be relevant, I think. The other question I have, and it comes up from Deputy Mayor's comments, so on the report part E, this report must be completed and submitted within 60 days of the program/event. Failure to do so may impact future grant requests made to the town. Now, being that we do the grants quarterly or biannually or whatever, can we have those reports from those groups as well?
Yeah.
I don't remember, I don't remember seeing any.
No, we actually haven't brought them to council. I'm gonna say ever, because that's what my memory is, maybe.
I think it's the only ever come up if someone's applies again, administration says, well, they did apply before, they did get one, but we did not get follow-up from them, or their follow-up was cursory or, whatever.
Yeah.
So that's generally when council's made aware of,
Yeah.
of inadequacy in that.
And we could absolutely put them on a GMP agenda is probably a good spot for them as info. We could look at adding that process in a little more succinctly. We do review that as one of the questions in the evaluation matrix is, there's one particular group who's applied quite regularly, and I get the reports immediately as soon as their event is done. And others, we have to
Push.
prod, or remind, gentle reminders, or a little more direct reminders. So it just, it depends.
I think there is value to those going on some kind of document in that it's the public's money, they're
Correct.
administering it, and I think they deserve to see how it was ultimately spent in that regard.
Counselor Shannon?
It's intermittent then, the reporting back.
Yeah, we have to remind some folks, others are very good.
I think it's a way it's a feather in our cap, these grants, and I think that we should be sharing them with the public, even, like you say, information, and it doesn't have to be, it could just be a high level document, it doesn't have to be a lot of detail, but showing what we're doing for the community and, how much money we're supporting the nonprofits with, I think is important in the communication aspect of council to residents.
I would like to see in the application process, and another one of these little, things like where it's got goals, financial sustainability, community impact, community partnership. Another section like that that says, exactly what are you asking for from council? Because, sometimes I think they submit budgets that are not on the standard one that's here. And we've had to interpret, what are they asking for here? What really, is it $10 or,
Yeah.
So I'd like to see another little thing like that, just very simple. Here it is in black and white. This is the money we're asking for, because it's money. It's not something else. That's my thought. Anybody else on something else? Or sorry, Mrs. Bell, you might be in the midst of the changes. I'm just flipping away here.
I think we, your worship, your comment, administration's run into the same challenge where we've going, what are they asking for? What is the amount? So we've had to go back to the group usually. And I thought we did a little bit of clarification. Where did we do that? Kayla? Oh, 5 of 17, that's right. Right on the front page of the application, we've added amount requested. Great. And then we've added it again it was already in the budget section. but in bold, and I think we'll put some stars and, I don't know, sparkles around it to see if we get them to fill in that section also. Because we'd like it very clear.
So where is this?
On the, at page 5 of 17, on the application form, right on the first page of the application form. Name of organization, event, actually, that I'm gonna have to change that to event/project name. And then amount requested, yeah.
Yeah, no, that would be great, in my opinion.
Okay.
And the other thing I was, somewhat happy to see is the part about redacting stuff. Because we've had budgets sent to us with parts redacted for, I don't know, maybe good reasons, but I don't think if it's a budget, we should know.
Well, I've even just made that note on the section E in the summary report that will add a statement that this report will be going to a public council meeting, yada, yada, yada. So be careful what you write here. Essentially what we're. Anything else?
Yeah, I've got a question. Is there, does admin, I mean, waste is the wrong word. Does admin have to invest a lot of follow-up time for some of these applications that are a little bit, okay?
Not the follow-up, prior to the, presentation to council, that pre-application process.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It's the follow-up after. That's usually where we're chasing, is after the fact. But I think once a group, we have a repeat offender and we don't fund them because they're not supplying information. Usually groups are pretty, diligent the application period following that.
Yeah, I was, the only thing in my mind, and I'm thinking maybe eliminate this idea as I say it, but just like, make sure you fill this out properly, because we're not gonna hunt you down to fill it out right if we don't get it right in the first place.
Yeah.
We're not sitting around all day looking for things to do here.
Yeah, I'm happy to assist groups, and whenever I send a link to the application form, I'm always very clear of stating, if you need some assistance, please reach out. Because I would rather they reach out prior to filling in the application than filling it in and then we kind of go, that doesn't quite fit. So.
Okay, anything further on this? Perhaps
Madam Mayor?
someone would- sorry, Councillor or Deputy Mayor Boja.
I was just wondering, what about appointing a counselor who can volunteer to sit in the scoring process and then they'd be a little more involved in knowing the in-depth things and maybe helping me out on that. I'm sure 1 out of 7 of us would love to have that opportunity to help score.
Yeah, I can say that.
Sit to it in role.
Yeah, that's
Not as a governance role.
yeah. The conversation here is it moves us into an admin role rather than a governance role.
Okay, no worries. It was just a thought about, when we hear about redacting stuff, you'd be there firsthand and seeing a lot of that stuff. And then you could speak on it and stuff. That's all.
Okay, Councillor Shannon and then Ms. Parsons.
I'm good.
Ms. Parsons?
I just wanted to clarify a little bit, and I mean, besides those little bit of redacting pieces, council receives the same, grant application that administration sees. And the only parts that I redact, and if I did over redact sometimes, which is a possibility, apologies for that. But the only time I do redact things is if they give us quotes attached, that are from a company, because that company is supplying them a quote, and sometimes they have individualized prices, and that's their competition. And so to post that publicly would be biasing their competitive position. And so if they have individualized prices, that is when they get redacted. The lump sum will stay because we need to see that, but those individualized pieces, that's where I redact. Because I don't want to accidentally release somebody's competitive business position. But otherwise, council would get all of the financial documents that they provide unredacted.
Or you could redact where the quote came from, leave in the amount, but not say it's from ABC company.
Yeah.
That can work also.
Mhm.
The other piece of information we don't necessarily attach is their listing of their board members and their phone numbers. We retain that information. That doesn't need to go publicly. But generally it doesn't impact your decision-making at all. We just verify that, yes, it is a board or it's a committee, or this policy currently does not require that the or the applicant is a registered nonprofit or a registered charity. We've left that open and had quite an extensive conversation about it, because you may receive applications from, for example, minor hockey may be hosting a tournament or an event, but a lot of times now, things have changed substantially than 10, 15 years ago. It's not minor hockey, the association or the nonprofit hosting, it's team U11 or team U16 that's hosting a tournament. So our application might come from the U16 team, who are a part of minor hockey, but it's not minor hockey applying for the grant. It's the team applying. So we've left that open to allow for some of that variation that happens in your community. The next policy will be different though. We'll get into that later.
Any further discussion on this? Would someone like to put forth a motion on the matter?
I can do that.
Thank you.
Move that council direct administration to bring forward a revised council grants to organizations policy to a future council meeting for formal consideration.
Does that encompass what we need? Okay. All, we're clear on the motion? All those in favor of the motion?
In favor.
Great, it is carried. Thank you, Mrs. Bell. And now onwards to a not-for-profit emergency fund support policy.
Yeah, we're excited about this one. Who gets excited about policies? Administrators. This particular policy came out of sort of a council conversations, requests that councils have received over many years, where right now there's really no mechanism for council to support and assist nonprofits when they come to the table. Probably the most recent example would be a church that came forward with a substantive water bill. To be consistent with other decision-making from council with other utility holders. How do you treat one group different than another in that sort of circumstance? So what we were looking at, we have a couple of other mechanisms that our community organizations can apply to. One is the council grants to organizations, but again, those types of situations, very emergency, very emergent, not really hosting an event when your basement floods, as some of our nonprofits have incurred, or we've had situations that are much larger than that also, with requests coming to council, such as some tens of thousands of dollars of unpaid CRA debt as another horrible example.
Women's shelter was a big one too.
Yes, actually, that would be even a much better example.
It's just such a big number.
Yeah, huge number. The FCSS grants is another mechanism that is available, but that is a very specific program that has a mandate through the provincial FCSS Act and regulation that we have to follow that mandate even through that granting program. So it can't address those types of emergent or serious and emerging issues that can potentially happen to a nonprofit. I don't want to make it sound like we have, the sky is falling for all of our nonprofits in our community, but when something does happen, there's not a great mechanism currently that allows any council of any day to address those issues. So the Community Services Board was tasked with developing a draft policy for council's review. So it's attached for your discussion tonight to see if we're on the right path, what direction or changes you'd like to see. Councillor Scammenhorn can also speak to this. He was heavily involved in multiple discussions at the Community Services Board table. It is tailored a little bit after the existing council grants to organizations. So you'll see some language that's very similar. But this one is very specific to you must be a registered not-for-profit organization. We're not looking to fund, I'm gonna pick on hockey again, a U teams where their equipment somehow got destroyed in a flood, in a bad tornado in somebody's garage. I don't know what, it's a really bad example. We are looking to support the larger community organization. So the actual registered not-for-profit or charity within your community. And this intending to assist them in their immediate emergency situation that they cannot address for whatever that looks like.
Yeah, is it too soon?
Have at it.
Okay, yeah. So what in the case of a town-owned building, you said just say the ski hill, if they had, even though they lease it and you don't have any responsibility as the owner because they're leasing it, then how would that work if they had a flood or a fire? Because they're not profit, but they're in a town building.
Assuming they have
Like public-
insurance, the policy does apply to insurance deductible as well. So while their damages might be covered by an event, hopefully they're insured for, a lot of the time deductibles are very, very high. And that's one reason, that's one way that a lot of these nonprofits are able to afford insurance is they take on some $2,500 deductible. And maybe the ski hill could swing that, maybe they could not, you know, or whatever, but so the policy would apply to their deductible in that scenario. Hopefully they are insured for whatever catastrophic event occurs.
So it would probably go back to whatever their lease conditions
Yeah.
are and their responsibilities.
Yeah.
So if it was their responsibilities, it should be up to the.
Yeah, I think there's nothing currently in the policy that states a leasee could not apply to this. So curling rink, ski hill would be examples of
But those are
organizations.
not.
Correct.
Well, they're-
Yeah, so they could apply. Yeah.
Because they can't be penalized for being in a town building.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilor Ford, then the.
What kind of budget number are we looking at?
Oh, good question, and we missed that in the covering RF direction, the request for direction. We put in the budget $10,000. So we're not looking at large funds and we wouldn't intend to this being substantive. If a group comes, Women's Shelter is a great example, then council of the day could make a choice through this policy. The recommendation coming from the Community Services Board, because we delegated the review to the Community Services Board. They could make a recommendation to council of, let's use the women's shelter situation as a tangible example. We have $10,000 in the budget. We recommend you actually provide 20,000. But the intent is not substantive dollars. We still have to be fiscally responsible.
So that sort of leads to my question. So, at the beginning of whatever the term is, somebody comes and says, we need this amount. Community Services said, fine, here, blah, blah, blah. The next group comes and there's no money left, or how much money, you know, the first come, first served sort of thing, or how does it
Yeah.
kind of?
Yeah, the board had lengthy conversations around how that would work. First of all, any sort of intake timeline didn't make sense, because if you're having an emergency, it's an emergency. There's no timeline usually. So hence the open intake. The idea is first come, first serve. Council can choose to add more as you have the ability to go beyond whenever we come forward making an additional request. I see, Director of Corporate Services is twitching. Oh. Anytime we do any extra requests, I get it. But we can also say no. It's first come, first serve. The budget is the budget. And that's it.
So is there wording in here that the budget is the budget? First come, first served?
It's under budget. It's the fund shall be, allotted in the, maybe allocated in the town's annual operating budget as determined by council from year to year. So your, council's opportunity is always during budget to set that amount. I do believe we had a first come, first serve somewhere.
It's there. And honestly, the board felt that this could go 2 years with that same 10,000 just chilling there, until, you know.
So it doesn't carry over.
It wasn't the board's intention to commit council to annual increase or annual payment into this fund, so every year it gets $10,000 bigger until, well, next thing you know, we got 100K in there, because nothing bad's happened in Peace River, which we all know we're not that lucky.
But I thought funds and this sort of thing, they were annually, they weren't cumulative.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, so they're not 10,000 this year.
No, that was.
It ends at zero at the end of this budget, and new budget determines whatever.
Correct.
If it's used.
Under 18.2, application intake is ongoing and it dependent on available funds.
So that should do it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, another question though. Number 17, the following are ineligible. So 17.6, education services and organizations. So the Playground Society.
The intent is schools, playground society.
Like education services doesn't, to me, speak of school per se.
We were trying to use broad language to
Yeah.
encapsulate, any potential educational. If you're funded through a ministry already, go elsewhere.
So
We could just,
Outreach has a society attached to them, just
Yes.
not to fundraise.
yeah,
If something bad happened at Outreach, they go to the school division. They can bark up that tree.
can they?
Maybe they can, but not this one. There might be some other tree. This isn't our
So
craft.
what are educational services?
The intent is really schools.
So we should put schools in there. Cause you put team, we could just team up front there, so might as well put schools
Yeah.
down here. Federal agencies, I'm glad they're, to see they're excluded.
Yes, that's right.
We could even add housing board.
Oh,
It's another one that has its own ministry.
yeah. That's a good,
But these are, for sort of catastrophic to the organization, it's not, well, we planned this event and,
correct,
it was 100,000, now it's 150, can you help us?
correct.
Yeah.
This is the. We've had a water break, now we've found asbestos, and now we have to remediate, we have to close the doors if we don't do this. That type of situation, and not in a building that they're leasing too. We've tried to leave the language a little open, because we know lots of our nonprofits are not necessarily responsible for the bricks and mortar that they're in. Their landlord typically would be responsible for any sort of substantive upgrade if there was a major water break, whatever the situation is. But we're leaving it a little wiggle room, because we don't know that for certain. We're not sure the arrangements of every lease within the community with those nonprofits. So I'm sure there are some creative lease arrangements out there.
So my other question is similar to the last policy. Is there a part in here where plainly we want $250. That's what we're asking. Or, you know, whatever it is, not. Cause it should be an amount they're asking for, not. We think that job will take 10,000 to fix, so we'd like around 10,000.
Yeah, I'm not sure our application is as clear as that, so we can tighten that up.
Any other, oh, sorry, Councillor Good?
Maybe OCD, but you have, they can be a recreation or a sport organization. And then in 17, you say teams are ineligible. Now, you're not saying that. You're saying a team is part of another organization. Your wording is a team.
Yeah.
Or, and you're not, and the sentence is ambiguous.
Team or division needs to
So
be.
that was meant to catch that minor hockey example. that was
Right,
given
but
earlier.
but the sentence itself is ambiguous and can be argued, and I think there has to be some clarification on it.
The 17, oh, sorry.
Yeah.
The 17.1 being
like-
ambiguous or
Yeah,
the,
17.1 is a team or a division, which is like. Like you want to separate, the word team is causing the problem.
Okay.
Because sports organization is
Yeah.
like navigators.
Yeah, correct.
Team,
Yeah.
okay? And so I think that the word team doesn't have a definition there or needs some clarification. Just, I don't want somebody arguing later that you can't do it because you're a team.
Well, that's what this is saying. though,
Yes,
is it
that's
not?
correct. So we want it to say, if you're U16, you can't come asking.
Yeah.
If you're minor hockey, you can. That's right.
So can minor hockey ask on behalf of the team? So,
Possibly, I think it would depend on the circumstance.
so the
Yeah.
reason why I ask
Yeah,
is we have, well, you're using minor hockey as an example, so
Yeah.
U9.
Yeah.
There's 3 or 4 U9 teams.
Yeah.
One of the teams lost both their home and away jerseys in the apartment crisis. Do they qualify?
oh, that's a good one. That's an interesting question.
Well, that might be, yeah, that
That
might be
might.
for minor hockey to come as.
And make
the
an ask,
umbrella
yeah.
Organization and so
Yeah.
the other thing that you'll probably notice in here is it's not intended to be a again and again and again for the same. Unless you are like the unluckiest organization on the face of the planet. So it might be for minor hockey, say, is this when we wanna use this policy? Or we wanna save this maybe for some other time, whatever. It's, groups are gonna have to, you know, kind of manage their ask on this or not, and it kind of like grants to groups, which has been in place, Madam Mayor, for how long?
Long time.
And every year, okay, Counselor Good, for how long?
No different point.
Okay, but how long has grants to groups been a thing?
Long time.
Yeah, years.
And we still bring it back every year. For cuss sakes, over something, so what's probably going to happen is,
Yeah.
hopefully something bad does not happen to anybody else ever, but it will. Someone will come, they'll use the policy, we'll do a postmortem and we'll be like, okay, here's how we can tighten it up.
But that's actually really great example where this might be quite applicable, depending on the circumstances of maybe where their fundraising efforts are. Cause I know each of these groups, like the U11s, for example, are fundraising $25,000 just for their team. So if they're being successful in their own fundraising, the board may say, you might need to cover your, but maybe if they're not, I'm not sure, but that's a really interesting and potentially,
What happens
Yeah.
what would happen if you took out the line, a team or division of a larger organization? Then 16 would cover it. Community organization, recreation or cultural organization, that organization could come because because part of their,
The spirit of what
oh, I see. what
was
you're suggesting.
attempted here is that, so U9 comes for an ask, U11 comes for an ask, U13 comes for an ask,
Yeah.
and then all the available funds get sucked up by. We're not trying to vilify minor hockey,
No.
those viewing from home, But then, you know, one kind of umbrella thing or one aspect of our community, like what if the Salvation Army, which provides a really important service through the food bank, has an issue and all the money's been chewed up by sport, you know, kind of thing, or one specific sport. So that if understanding the spirit of what we were attempting helps you to rephrase things for
Yeah.
us, that would be good.
Sorry, I believe though Counselor Good may be onto something here, because we do require the organization's registration number as a nonprofit, their Alberta
Yeah, yeah.
NA team. And there's lots of examples, volleyball, club volleyball locally has multiple teams, but there's an overarching organization. Only the organization would have that registration number.
So take out that one line.
Done.
Works.
We're
And
taking,
it's emergency.
so we're taking out 17.1, correct? Any other thoughts? At this point in time, looking pretty good.
Just confirming council is comfortable. We modeled the other portion of this policy after the FCSS grants to groups, which the Community Services Board also reviews, evaluates, and awards the funding. Partly because we spend actually a substantive amount of time. Council Ford's been involved in the past, and actually I believe Councillor Carr has. The board does spends time scoring, reviewing, much to their delight. So it can be rather, that this may be the board, Councillor Boychuk, that you'd be interested in being involved in reviewing applications for grant programs, because they're more in the weeds on this particular one.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
And it's meant to be like, not, like, council is quite public compared to the community services board, so it was meant that the 10,000 is handled by, if it goes over, obviously, then it would come to the larger council, but meant to be handled by the community services board, so that there's some kind of discretion in the process as well for, you know, community groups in a pickle. Kind of quietly, the community services board with their members can sort of help them get that sorted out without getting it all.
So
into
would you like to put forth a motion on this matter?
Let me just switch screens here. Move that council direct administration to bring forward the not-for-profit emergency fund policy to a future council meeting for formal consideration.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Everybody's clear in the motion? Okay. All those in favor of the motion?
In favor.
Okay, it is carried. Thank you, Mrs. Bell. Okay, we don't have any unfinished business. So next up, new business. Mr. Fisher, Environment and Climate Change Canada, temporary bypass application.
Good evening, council. Yeah, so this is just following up. Last week, there was a social media post that was posted that we've applied for a temporary authorization to basically allow us to take the clarifier at the wastewater plant out of service to allow us to do an inspection and repair the clarifier drive, which has failed. And we've actually applied for 2 bypasses. So one kind of in the near term, which is sort of an emergency inspection and fix. We're aiming for February 12th as a start date right now. Then kind of what is a more permanent fix once I've got an opportunity to actually get some equipment design and fabrication done on something that is not kind of slapped together to make the clarifier work. For tentatively the beginning of June right now. That timeline is pretty fluid because we've got some obviously the inspection to do to gather some important information and then a bunch of design submissions back and forth and ordering and fabrication to do. So I wanted an opportunity to give you guys a formal notice that we've sent that out and create an opportunity to answer any questions if I can answer them. Or if I have to go away get more information. So when we do the bypass, sort of in both cases, I'm anticipating that we'll still maintain treatment process, at least the primary screening, the grit removal process and the biological process should still be maintained. We're going to lose the kind of final settling component, so the total suspended solids will increase, probably above our permanent limit. We're gonna try not to, but it's pretty hard without the tank to settle it, in service to actually have solid settle. But that's the big stuff. I have met with one of the downstream users already. I have some letters that the report says that we've sent letters. I have to send a couple yet still, but they'll go out this week, just for notifications. I had to find contact information for a couple people. Questions?
So the process will, during the shutdown or change periods, be pretty safe. We just hope that the amount of settling, if it doesn't settle,
Yeah, so the Peace River is really big and it's got a lot of flow in it. So we certainly will be creating an environment that would be deleterious or dangerous to the fish in the habitat or anything like that. There is one potable water intake downstream that has, like I said, I've met with them. They have raw water storage, so ahead of our shutdowns, so actually just make sure that the reservoir is filled up and turned off. So try and manage the risks. I think it's fairly low risk though, right? Just for reference, Devon's wastewater plant is upstream of Edmonton's water treatment plants. So it's not that these kinds of things don't happen. But not no risk, but very low.
Good. Any further questions, Councillor Ford?
Yes, just one question. So just in your report there, you're talking about the biological process, the screening, but yet use the word should be maintained. Is it being maintained or it may be maintained?
We are maintaining the biological process. As long as there isn't process upset that is outside of our control.
Yeah.
It will be maintained. So,
Okay, I was just curious.
yeah, so I am sorry, I'm speaking like an engineer. So I'm giving myself some wiggle room. So no, our intent is we're converting the aerated basins from their current operation to what's called a SBR tank. We will be maintaining the biological treatment process. We will still have BOD and COD removal. As long as I don't have something not dangerous, something that kills my process coming to the wastewater plant. It does happen from time to time and somebody flushes something into the sewer that they're not supposed to and it kills the whole treatment plant. It is a thing that can happen. So we are intending to maintain the biological treatment process. It will be maintained as long as we don't have something outside of our control.
Understood.
Any further questions for Mr. Fisher on this one? Mr. Boychuk?
No, I'm good.
Thank you. Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Fisher, and good luck with that. June is sometimes a high water spring runoff issue too, right?
That's actually not a bad thing. And if you guys do have questions, you can send them to CEO Miller or myself, and I will do my best to answer them. For anyone in the public that is asking, posted the info@peaceriver.ca as contact information. Because that's monitored by more than just me. My inbox is a bit of a cesspool. And then the industry users are getting straight to me and my consultant.
Great. Okay, well, thank you for that and good luck with the whole project there. So perhaps someone from council would move this for information. Councillor Good.
I'll move the council accept the briefing note regarding the town's temporary bypass application to ECCC for information.
Thank you. Everybody's clear on the motion? All those in favor?
In favor.
Great, it is carried. Next up, we have the Regional Policing Committee with Ms. Parsons.
Thank you, Mayor Nanzer. Good evening, council. So tonight I am bringing you a new mandate from the provincial government. They have done an amendment to the Police Act, the Police Amendment Act. And that is bringing in the requirement for municipalities to establish a policing committee. So their intent is to allow communities policed by the RCMP, to have a voice in setting local and province-wide policing priorities and performance goals. So under the new legislation, if you are a population of 15,000 or greater, you must establish a municipal policing committee. If you're a population of 5,001 but under 15,000, you have to establish a regional policing committee. And then anybody under 5,000 and municipal districts, counties, and Métis settlements will be under a provincial police service agreement. And then, of course, the regulations allow some exceptions to that that you can apply for to the minister. So Town of Peace River, being over 5,000 but less than 15, will need to form a regional policing committee. The regions are broken down into the 4 districts that the RCMP are broken down into, South, Central, East, and West. The Town of Peace River falls into the West Division, which is with the towns of Drayton Valley, Edson, Hinton, and Whitecourt. So those are the municipalities that we would be required to enter into a regional policing committee with under these new regulations. So in the report, I've included some excerpts from the Police Amendment Act that establishes these committees. I've only included the references to the municipal and the regional. And this is because we just simply would not fall under the provincial section, but we could have opportunity to fall under the municipal policing committee should this council so choose. So the police governance regulation outlines the duties of the regional policing committee. And so the committee will represent the interests and concerns of the public and of the councils to the district officers, developing a yearly plan of priorities and strategies in consultation with the officers in charge for the region, assisting in the selection of the officers in charge for the region, supporting municipalities within the region policed by the RCMP, and then reporting annually or as requested to the minister on implementation and updates to programs and services that the committee has undertaken. Then the next part goes on to membership and outlines how you would appoint members. So for a regional policing committee, you would have a representative from at least one member from each member municipality, and then as many other members as the relevant councils of the municipalities agree. So we have 5 regional municipalities. We would have at minimum 5 members, and then if the councils jointly determined they wanted to have more, they could do that. So as I said, there are some abilities to apply to the minister for changes. So for example, we're required to be a regional. However, if this council felt that we would be better served forming a municipal and just representing ourselves, we could ask the minister for permission to do that. One question I do have for them, because under the municipal policing committee, you can apply to then form a joint municipal committee, and you can partner with other municipalities not within your region. I still have some questions for them about how that would work and if we would even be allowed to do that. And our region has set up a meeting with the administration to talk about this some more and ask some more questions. So if there's questions tonight that I can't answer, I'm gonna write them down and bring them forward tomorrow during our meeting, just to get a little bit more clarification. So at this point, that's where we are. We know we need to form a committee. We know that our region, and we know we have the option to ask to become an independent municipal policing committee as opposed to a regional. And the province has mandated that this be implemented by March 1. So one of the questions tomorrow will be also on extensions or how tightly they're going to hold us to the March 1 deadline. We might have to ask for a bit of an extension. And that will really also be dependent on whether we want to go regional or just independently municipal. Certainly arguments for both. So council will want to take that under consideration before this comes back for formal decision. And I can take any questions.
I'm going to start off. My question would be, are the municipal districts and counties able to be members of some kind of joint municipal committee?
I don't believe so. I will clarify tomorrow, but what it says in the legislation is that any municipality under the Police Act, that's defined under the Police Act is eligible to become part of one of the municipal committees, but under the Police Act definition of a municipality or sorry, I don't have the wording exactly in front of me, but that definition does not include counties and MDs. It does include specialized, but not counties and MDs, so I don't believe so.
Thank you. Councillor Forbes?
Few questions here, so, Peace River's kind of, like I read this, and Peace River's kind of, I'm gonna say unique. Because our detachment is a regional detachment, unlike maybe some of the other detachments in the province that on some of the towns you named, like, I'm not sure how Edson's detachment operates or Drayton Valley, if they're a regional detachment or not. But looking at the duties under, on page 3 and 4 or 5, for the committee, half of those duties, like as far as the RCMP advisory committee is concerned that we have in town here, half of those we already do with our local regional detachment. So I'm just curious because the other thing I did check with our chair of that committee, who happens to be up in the county, and they didn't even receive this letter. So our board is actually looking at it. Our board is actually going to share this report with our RCMP advisory committee to get a little bit of feedback on it. But I definitely want to get some more information on this. Like, as far as, do we have to join with Edson and Drayton Valley in a bigger regional detachment or a regional committee? Or is what we're doing here doesn't cut it, or can we make it cut it, or?
I will clarify tomorrow, but my understanding would be that our current RCMP CAC would not fit it because it's not administered by the town. It's an independent registered society on its own.
Yes.
And this requires the municipality to establish bylaws and to meet these mandates. So if that committee were already a committee of council that was established under the town, I think we would have the ability to change some of its bylaws and mandates to make sure that it met everything under here and easily applied to have that committee just stand and be our municipal committee. But because it's its own society, I don't believe that we would be able to do that here. But we do have the ability, and that's a question that I will ask tomorrow is, what is there something that the province looks for when determining if a municipality is asking to be its own municipal? Because right now, under the legislation, we're mandated to join with those 4 other regions. That's the legislation, that's what it says, but we're allowed to ask. to be our own, to not join the regional, to have an exemption. We wouldn't join with the other four, and we would just be our own municipal policing committee. And we do have the ability to ask for that, if council wants that. I just don't know what their guidepost is. Do they say yes just because you asked? I'm sure they want to see some reasons why, but what's the threshold? And so I'll ask that in the meeting tomorrow, but I just wanted us to start thinking about if we want to ask for that.
And I'm just curious because like I know they have their own not-for-profit status. Maybe that's a discussion that committee could dissolve, and like they're already set up with members from every council that are appointed to that board. So it's just, like I say, it's just something maybe to question or to look at. Maybe we can amalgamate the two. I don't know.
Counselor Good?
Yeah, a couple of things. In reading through it, it talks about, the idea of applying for it, which I like, by the way. I'll just say right off the top, I kind of like that. But it talks about the duties and responsibilities that represent the interests and concerns of the public and of the councils to the district officers, developing a yearly plan of priorities, strategies, etc., for regional policing, which we do. The difficulty that I see happening, and not necessarily with us alone, but I was reading about Edmonton today, for example, where the Edmonton City Council, I think, where the mayor was talking about the fact that they can come up with priorities, but the direction of the workforce still remains with the police service itself. In other words, so, and one of the questions I've been asked and I've seen being asked is, well, as a council, you contribute all this money and then the statement is made, you have a say in what the police do. Well, it's a distinction without a difference, because you have a say in it, but you have no authority. And one of the things I've always felt is, if you're going to give me responsibility, give me the authority to do something. And the one thing I see missing is, we can say, we want you to spend time on this, but we can't direct a percentage. For example, we pay 20%, we can't direct 20% of the workforce to do our bidding in those areas that we consider important. And to me, that's a massive disconnect. And there's nothing that I read in this that changes that. It has the same thing. You sit there and you talk about what you would like them to do and what priorities you have. And then I don't even mean any ill will on their part, but they have operational concerns that they would believe, rightfully or wrongfully, I mean, they don't have to really do that, and we can't direct those things that we want to be done. And if I'm going to be told I'm responsible, and I'm going to be told I'm not doing the job that I'm supposed to be doing, but I have no authority to do the job that I think we should be doing, I have some really major difficulty with that disconnect. And I think that has to be really clarified. I don't know how you change that, but it's not working. And for example, how many times have we had the police going to come here to give us reports or anything, and sometimes don't, sometimes do, for whatever reasons. They have operational things that interfere with being able to be here, or sick, or any number of different reasons. We don't get the report when we need it and when we want it. So obviously, if we can't make it happen, we don't have the authority to make it happen. I don't know, I have to clarify it much more than that. But I think that those are some real serious issues that need to be resolved and aren't being resolved.
So I have a question I'd like somebody maybe to ask. Under duties and functions of municipal policing committees. So this is why it sounds different even than if the society became a not society. Number 2A there, overseeing the administration of the municipal police service agreement. The administration of that agreement. And also F, reporting annually or on request to the minister on the implementation of and updates to programs and services to achieve their priorities of police service. To me, that where I think that's a distinction between the way we presently have our committee and what this is saying, if we were to go for our municipal committee. And I don't know about which,
That's absolutely correct. Those are the 2 points that our advisory committee locally does not do.
well, this is giving a lot more authority in a way to that committee, but like Mr. Good says, you have the authority, but you don't necessarily have the might to inputs and stuff.
And I tend to agree with Councillor Good's comments too, because we have the RCMP go to every, like our regional attachment comes to every council once a year to see what their top 3 priorities are. And we give them our top 3 or top 5 priorities, but it doesn't necessarily, like they can concentrate on it, but it doesn't necessarily always happen.
It is one of my questions that I've sent in advance, is just what level of participation we can expect from the RCMP. Have they been given direction as to their participation in the committees? And for the district commanders, what level of participation will we see from them and how will we ensure their participation? Because the regulations are mandating that we provide them our list of priorities, give feedback, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But nowhere in there does it say that they're going to also attend these meetings to hear it, or that, you know, how is it that we're supposed to facilitate this information getting to them and actually being useful? So we'll see what they have to say tomorrow, what their vision is.
Councillor Stammelhorn?
My inclination is that we do our own, a couple of reasons. We're quite removed geographically from the other communities that are listed there. I mean, those are all kind of in Yellowhead County sort of area. If someone maybe, Mr. Fisher, how far is Drayton Valley from Edson?
About an hour and a half.
Yeah.
It's not 4 hours.
So it makes sense, those 4 communities would be, we're so far away from them. I don't think being in a group with them makes a lot of sense for us. I mean, I can see us, and just looking at how they've got their terms set up here, like I can see us being much more effective running our own with like the MPC, like 3 members of council, because they've got kind of the 2-3 year sort of windows that you can and can't do, you know, and then the mayor can't share it and some of these other things. So I can see that being something that we would have maybe a lot more effectiveness in the region. And also it would give, because we're the size that we are, it would give Peace River an opportunity for us to get our local priorities to the front of the line, as opposed to waiting around for, and I'm not meaning to cast any shade or anything, but as opposed to waiting around for, you know, the detachment to come to us once, maybe twice a year, however often it actually, you know, the stars align and it works out, you know, then, you know, we have, you know, a seat at the table with, as the mayor pointed out, a bit of teeth in here for us to, you know, get to report back on our priorities. So I would suspect if it's for our municipality to run it ourselves, you know, the CAC can run as it's been running, and it's doing absolutely just fine, and they have a really important purpose. And I think changing that purpose or trying to alter it would kind of take away from things that they're already, you know, being effective at. But, you know, for the requirements of this document, and what it allows, I would suspect that us doing our own would be an advantage.
Mr. Gord, then myself.
Hey, I totally agree with those comments. You look at our RCMP advisory committee here in town is got a very vast membership. So besides municipal members, and I didn't see it in here, we also have people from the general public sit on this committee with their cares and concerns, but it's more of a, like I say, it's more directed to our own regional detachment. Like we have a representative from our seniors group, we have a representative from our schools that are under the age of 18. We have we used to have people from corrections on there, so we have quite a vast number of people, and Councillor Scammellhorn's 100% correct. They do have they do a lot of great work in town, but I'm not sure, like I say, I was just trying to think outside the box just to see what would work for our region, but I totally agree with Councillor Scammellhorn. This needs to be I think we need to do our own.
So my question has to do with membership of, if we went on our own, is there like public members, or is it only council? Not too clear in here sometimes.
There are some regulations in there.
Yeah,
The regulations are not clear as to who exactly the members would be.
like the regional police committee seems to be more clear. It looks like council people, but
And even that, it's a member from each municipality, but it's not necessarily specifically a member of council. It doesn't say that. And for the municipal, it just shall consist of not fewer than 3 members and not more than 7 members appointed by the municipality's council. And it doesn't speak to whether or not, like specifically that it would be members of council or members of the public. When they're talking about the purpose of this, I don't think that their purpose was to have it be consisting of only councilors.
That could be a good thing.
Yeah, when I read it and the intention behind it, even though it doesn't say that, I think there would be intention to have members of the public as members of the committee as well. They do have to be able to pass an enhanced security check. That is part of the regulations.
so I guess my other concern too is this overseeing of the administration, that 2A clause. Overseeing the administration of that agreement, like right now, our CAO has meetings with the staff sergeant, talks about this, that, and whatever. She also looks in detail at, okay, we haven't been getting, I don't know, payment for this. So what about that? Is that committee supposed to get into that level of detail? Like, and if it's a municipal committee, does that mean kind of municipal staff are assigned to help that committee in its carrying out of its duties?
Well, we have our Director of Emergency Services. as
Well, it's a little different, like, it's like, in my thoughts, an executive secretary person dealing with the minutes, the checking, did we do that report? Did we get that report? You know, like really keeping track. And that protective services person maybe is, I don't know if that would be their responsibility in a way. Anyways, there's that, all that kind of question.
There is that, I think, if you were going to do a regional one, you might work out between the regional municipalities. Okay, for this, rotating years, right? I think we've seen that done in some of our other ones where every year the administration of the committee rotates between the participating municipalities. If we do a municipal one, we will have to set up someone who will be the minute taker and set up the agendas.
But the other thing, I can see why they put us with Edson and so on, even though they're at a distance. We are the towns that are paying, because we're over 5,000. So we're paying 70% of our costs. The regional municipalities around here are paying at most, working up to paying 30% of some cost. So there's a difference there in how much influence we might want to have as well over our town section of this.
And that's gonna be one of my questions tomorrow, because, so right now, how it's worded is if you are a municipality over 15,000, you fall under the municipal policing committee, and then under subsection 2, you have the ability to apply to the minister to form a joint municipal policing committee if you wanted to join with other municipalities and form that, but ones that weren't in in your region, or I guess you wouldn't have a region because you're a municipality over 5,000, 15,000. But so you can do that. But what's not clear is if you're a regional municipality and you are then under subsection 2 are applying to form a municipal policing commission, can you then go under their subsection 2 of municipal policing commission and apply for a joint? I don't know. You might only just be able to go from one to the other. And then, but if you are allowed as a regional to go to a municipal to then go to a joint, how does that, like, can you ask to be with, because for us, municipality is the definition for county, so all of our county partners wouldn't fall under that definition, so they wouldn't be eligible to be that joint partner in that, but places like the town of Grimshaw would.
Or high level.
Or high level, or, you know, some of our more northern partners, but they are under the provincial one, so they don't have to form their own committee, they're already under the provincial committee. Are they allowed to join with us? I don't know. So that's what I'm going to ask tomorrow, is someone who, if a municipality who falls under the provincial one, are they allowed to be part of a joint municipal? Or are they not? It's not.
Right, whether you're
100% clear.
part of these two committees or whether you're part of this agreement and therefore that's where you go. Councillor Shannon?
So this committee would be in addition to or in place of the RCMP advisory committee, totally different.
I know it.
I know.
Kind of same and
That
different.
one might no longer be in effect. Might have two cross
Okay,
purposes.
thank you.
Councillor Scammell.
I think if we were gonna make some kind of a request outside of what their recommendation is, we'd wanna keep it as simple as possible. So when we look at these, it's not that I wanna exclude the smaller communities, but we'll start muddying up the waters, I feel, if we just say, well, let's bring in Nampa, Grimshaw, and all these other, and they'll be like, no, they already have a thing, like, don't, like, we've dealt with that. So my feeling would be if we're gonna ask for something, we should be keeping our ask very simple. And just to say, we have a good reason to be separate from those others in terms of the region and the size of the region and our distance from them. And we'll set up our own and as opposed to risk getting, rejected and stuck with, I'm sure it'll be a great party if we get to hang out with Edson and Drake Valley and Hinton or whatever, I'm sure it'll be fun. But if we want, the best focus for our region, I think we want to keep the ask when it ultimately comes down to making it as simple as we can to get what we want.
So I would, okay, one last question perhaps, Councillor Ford?
Yeah, very much agreed with Councillor Scannahorn, but when you look at Grimshaw and like our immediate surrounding area, and you compare it with the report that came out, and those towns have detachments. So if we're looking more of a regional for our area, why don't we look at Peace River, Fairview? Manning has a detachment in High Level.
I don't think that they have the same issues we do.
Yeah, the difference though in this whole thing here is they're under this agreement thing rather than. So anyways, good luck with all the questions tomorrow and might require more than one meeting, I would think.
Just a quick note, I think this is a perfect opportunity to reevaluate or to look at the terms of reference of the CAC though. Because this is the opportunity to clarify roles and responsibilities, whether that committee, what that looks like after. So just a note in relationship to Councillor Shannon's comments or question earlier.
Yeah.
It's a good time to take a look at what the direction is of that committee in relationship to what this ends up looking like.
Because the province, it is definitely moving in different ways with respect to policing, is particularly RCMP policing, it seems.
And you look at the RCMP committee compared to this one here, this one here is more, it's more structured, just like Ms. Parsons said, it's more structured. There's a reporting clause and stuff like that, where the RCMP advisory committee has its place in the area. So for instance, they're under a not-for-profit. So when we go out and do our positive ticketing program, you can solicit for those positive tickets because you're soliciting for a not-for-profit, not as a municipality. Which if it was a municipality, you could not do that unless that positive ticketing was funded on their own. Am I correct in saying that?
No, we can, municipalities can request donations. We're happy to take donations.
And they'll usually give you a receipt for it too.
I
That
get
might
that.
be helpful. So, okay, so, you had a question, Counselor Scamahorn?
Mine there, comes back to me, I'll interrupt you later.
Well, maybe. Okay, so, would someone be prepared to put forth a motion on this one? I don't think we did that yet. Counselor Ford?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I put forward a motion that council direct administration to bring this matter forward to the next council meeting for further discussion and formal direction.
Thank you. Everybody's clear on the motion? All in favor of the motion?
In favor.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Parsons. Okay, next up, we have an invitation from Holy Family Catholic Regional Division. Bell, they are
They're dropping like flies here.
No, I'm just going.
It is a invitation on behalf of Holy Family and Catholic Regional Division. There's an Alberta Education Symposium at the River Cree Casino in March. And they have graciously offered 2 members of council all expense paid trip minus your per diem or your honorarium. If any council member is interested to attend, we're looking for indication of councilors this evening, so we can pass along that information to the division.
This is the first time that I remember any division doing this.
I would agree, yeah.
Looks like are you interested?
Yes, I talked to Mr. Kern about a couple of years ago when I wasn't able to go and he had suggested it. So I'm kind of not surprised that they came forward to invite us. I think it's a gracious invitation. I am free. I would be willing to go. It's probably the only Catholic at the table. I don't know if that's a requirement, but
Better not be, because I'm interested as well. Okay. Maybe somebody's saying something, the buzzer's ringing here, I don't know. Is anybody else interested in going?
Too short notice, anyway.
Okay, so Ms. Bell, it looks like Councillor Shannon and myself are interested.
Excellent.
And thank them very much.
Or go to the casino.
Okay, so perhaps someone would make a motion with respect to this?
I'll move that council indicate their support for Mayor Manzer and Councillor Shannon to attend 2025 Alberta Education Symposium as guests of the Holy Family Catholic Regional Division.
Thank you. All those clear on the motion?
Can I,
Are you?
or can we make this motion here? This seems
All
like
right.
a extra kind of.
It's in, no, I believe you're okay with, you're indicating your support.
Okay. It's not costing us anything, and is there per diems and is there whatever?
It's strategically worded that you're indicating your support and not
Okay,
directing.
I see you've thought of this.
Yes,
we have.
yes,
So,
of
Okay,
course.
they're ahead of the game.
Of course.
Okay, so we're clear on the motion. All those in favor?
In favor.
Great, it is carried. Next up, okay, so we have, the quarterly reports and thank you, directors and absent CAO for all of them. So we're going to skip the CAOs.
Well done, thank you.
And if somebody, has some questions in there, perhaps we will find time next,
We will bring forward to the next GM.
that one. Okay, okay, so then next up, we have Mrs. Bell with Community Services. Would you like to highlight any part of your report?
I will highlight one and only thing, because it's probably everybody's starting to get, the evening's getting later. And there's quite a few reports to go. So the one item I'd like to highlight is the wayfinding project. We've kicked that off. We have a contractor awarded back in November, December. The company's name is Bond Creative. FYI, they just happened to be the company who did the archway in town of Fairview, unbeknownst to us. That was just luck of the Irish situation or luck of the Ukrainian. And they've been in the community and did a full community assessment on January 20th and 21st before the really cold weather came, or just after the really cold weather. So that was perfect timing. And we're providing them next steps with a full listing of all the facility names. You don't realize that we have many different versions of names when you are going to put it in perpetuity on a sign. So we're cleaning that up and providing that to them. And we expect a full master plan report by end of April, early May, somewhere in that time frame, which will give us a full report providing direction of where to put signs, what type of signs. What else am I missing on? I'm looking at the director engineering, not paying attention to me.
No, he wasn't.
That type of signs, the location, that's pretty much it.
The details, like the construction details are
Oh,
really
yes,
important.
construction details. One of the interesting things we've noted, we did know that the bridge disrupted and will continue to disrupt some of the directional signage. But if you're on the east side of the river, if you take a look at a lot of the signage that was replaced by Alberta Transportation, redirecting you to go west, it indicates another community's name on every single sign, which skips over half of our community on the west side of the river. So it wasn't, you look at a sign a couple times, but when you actually go and review every single sign, you realize there's a big significant miss there. So that's an example of what we're looking at to rectify.
We have to become west piece and east piece.
We will be potentially having some conversations with Alberta Transportation if we could either change out some of their signage and saying, instead of West Grimshaw, maybe it's West Hill. And then once you get onto the West Hill, then the signs start saying Grimshaw. So, but when you're downtown right now, if you go through any of the traffic circles on the east side of the river, everything says Highway 2 Grimshaw. And that's great. And we understand from a highways perspective, but we have a significant portion of industrial, commercial, that we're missing some directional signage from the downtown anyways. So that's just an example of some of the fun we've had with that wayfinding project. So that is off and running. And yeah. And if anyone has any questions of anything else that's in that report.
I'll just note someplace I read lately that the tenders for the hot tub are in February.
It's posted, we posted it January 7th, one day past I was hoping to get up on the 6th, but it was up on the 7th. Its deadline is February 21st. We've made some adjustments to the tender, asking for, we have sort of open-ended of what does your schedule look like? We have some preferences, but it's not a hard timeline when it comes to the construction piece of things. So we're hoping opening that up a little bit more will solicit some more submissions, garner more interest in the tendering process.
Councilor Scammell?
Has there been interest, like, have people like asked for any clarification?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
there's, people are,
Yes.
there's chum in the water and, sure, okay, good.
Yes.
Any other questions of this report? I should mention that these reports basically kind of are the year-end reports, are they not?
We are putting
Very
together, Stuart, a full communications community report, I believe is what, the CAO has requested. So it'll more of a summary of our quarterly reports for all departments.
Great. Okay. How about corporate services with Mr. Mugford?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple things I'll highlight. So protective services, specifically the fire department. Very active in the fall with community events, Fire Prevention Week, they had their open house. They went around schools, they were at the seniors fair in November, and they were also, cooking hot dogs and hot chocolate for the light up the park. Active in recruitment and, call volume for the year hit 690 responses, so very, very active year, a couple of major structure fires in fourth quarter. And just an increase in medical responses during the year as well. Within systems administration IT, things are chugging along. 972 tickets over the course of the year that were responded to and addressed, and typical response times about 5 minutes once it's assigned. That's all good, and looking forward in 2025, a lot of our devices will need to be upgraded to Windows 11, so we're determining prioritization there and planning for replacing of those devices. Employee services, not a whole lot to discuss there. The Q4, so one of the payroll benefits administrator, along with two of the staff from finance, were the health and safety auditors for the town. So they were active with that and just getting prepped for year end. Employee services also supports finance department as part of the year end audit. So they're going to be active with that in Q1. Again, as I said, with financial services, they're currently working on getting geared up for year-end audit. Our auditors were here for interim, which basically is they go through and they test our controls and do sampling and that sort of work. They're scheduled to be back here in March, at which point we'll be bringing the audited financial statements before council prior to the end of April. We also completed a tax auction in November 28th, which we didn't have any bids on any of the properties that came up, which isn't surprising. There normally aren't bids, but it does allow us to then proceed with the next steps in the process, whether that be tax forfeiture or there's a few other options on the table. We also went through an assessment review board hearing, which we hadn't had one for a few years, so it was a bit of a learning experience for us, and most of them were settled in the town's favor, and there's a couple of properties where the assessments were adjusted. So we'll move on to the variance report. So I want to stress that these figures are unaudited. They will change, and I always try to balance off how quickly the information gets put out there versus how accurate it is. I tend to lean towards putting it out later and more accurate, but when dealing with a variance report, I think it's important that council see the figures, as soon as possible. And at this point, I'll just highlight a few of the things that we know will change. So we have an amortization in the budget, amortization expense number in these figures, but it is going to be subject to change as part of year end because we haven't finished all of our capital sections. So once we're done with our capital, then it'll adjust our amortization expense. There's also some adjusting entries that relate to the year-end audit process. So our asset retirement obligation calculation, inventory adjustments, bad debt expense, and the capital revenue. So that's basically revenue that we pick up as a result of grants from third parties. So all of those are not fully reflected in the figures that I provide. So again, these are unaudited. But at this point in time, between the two funds, so our tax supported and our utility supported funds, we're showing a positive variance of $2.8 million. So there's many factors that contribute to these savings, including unanticipated vacancies, deferred work, and administration's also been actively seeking reductions in waste and other ways to minimize the cost of service. So beginning with the tax supported on the revenue side, we showed a positive variance of overall positive variance of $1,786,000. The taxation revenue trended towards budget, so pretty accurate. I think it's within 0.069%, so pretty much bang on. And the departmental revenue exceeded the budget by about 150 grand, which was as a result of additional revenue on the fire protection side of things, because we were responding to more calls and mutual aid. So you'll see a corresponding expense in that department as well, for that additional, to offset that additional revenue. And other revenue exceeded budget by 165,000. That was largely driven by higher than budgeted interest revenue. So when we budgeted the amount of interest revenue we thought we were gonna get, it was fairly conservative. And so, because interest rates ended up being quite a bit higher over the year, we received more on the money that we had invested. On the expense side, a lot of the expenses ended up settling pretty close to budget. There's a few trends across the board, so we did see that salaries were lower than budget. And that's pretty standard when you don't budget in a vacancy rate. More often than not, you're gonna have some reductions there. Which again, it's kind of a safety cushion for us in a sense that we don't use that vacancy rate. Within general municipal legislative services and administrative services, they're all very close to budget. The difference was due to higher North Peace housing requisition, and again, there's a corresponding revenue to offset that. As I mentioned, fire expenses, they were higher than budget because of call volume and just the number of incidents they responded to. Bylaw committee police, so that included as an expense to the $240,000 for public security pilot project. But overall, it still remained under budget due to vacancies of the CPO positions. Public works, the actuals are significantly under budget, and
There's also some variance, like adjustments that have been made.
right. So there, as I mentioned, there's a few entries. Inventory is one of the significant ones that will swing these figures a little bit. There's also some costs that were coded to capital, which will be moving back to the operating side of things. So that will reduce that difference a little bit. However, we're still anticipating that public works is going to be significantly under budget. And that difference is driven in part due to vacancies and lower supplies and materials. Community and economic developments also under budget, and that's due to the vacancy in the business retention position for most of the year, and also an underutilization of the contracted services and supplies and materials budgets. So there was a motion in approving the allocation of the 52,500 in unspent funds required for the ENRED grant. So those will be transferred to the operating reserve at year end and then used subsequently. Planning and developments also significantly under, and that's again, we deferred the downtown development plans. So there have been funds allocated for in the operating budget for that. So recreation community services, I kind of looked at that on its totality, and overall it's 135,000 under budget. And again, the difference is largely driven due to lower supplies and materials, which again, once we do that inventory adjustment, it might tweak up or down a little bit. Moving on to the water and wastewater side of things. So overall, water, wastewater, storage, sewer showed a positive variance over budget of just over $1 million. Revenues exceeded budget by 131,000, and the expenses were only about 88% of budget. So the main driver of those lower expenses were lower than budget wages, contracted services, and materials. And again, as Director Fisher mentioned, there's likely to be some changes there once we finish our capital work and get those costs into the right silo. But overall, it's generally fairly positive financial performance for the year. Thank you.
Thank you. So say that this was year end and these numbers were finalized. So with the $1 million sort of unspent for utilities, would that then equal, here's $1 million for the reserve? Or how does that, where does it go?
So that is, like the $1 million, no, 1.04 million, that is in excess of what we had previously budgeted. So if you look at on the final page of the variance analysis, your actual year to date of revenues less expenses is 1,346,000. So again, that includes your amortization expense. Amortization expense is a non-cash item. So you would effectively add that back in, and that would be your contribution to reserve less what you spend on capital. So it's not a complete flow through, and that's why when you see the full financial statements and you go kind of schedule by schedule, it's a clearer picture. But ultimately, we're, you know, 1,042,000 better than we thought we would be when we initially approved the budget.
And that would include some things that for unforeseen circumstances were planned for, budgeted for, but not spent this year?
Well, but right now, this would be capturing our whole operating costs for the year.
Okay.
But again, it's
Mhm.
subject to any further year-end adjustments.
So that 1,040,000, whatever it is, when we looked at, you know, 5-year capital plan and so on, some of those columns are, okay, money that was budgeted, for say 2024 and weren't spent in certain categories, so they're gonna be spent now, added to the 2025 thing. So this million, is that where some of that money's coming from?
This will flow through our reserves.
Yeah, okay. Okay, good to know, reserves. That was part of the whole, thought process on that utility setting it aside, and it's only on its own sort of.
Right, so just for further clarity, within, in this document, the utility is presented as one fund, but in reality, it's 4 separate funds. And so the overall financial performance of each one will flow into a separate reserve. So the water fund it'll have its own plus or minus, same with wastewater and so on. And the idea being, like, we'll use like solid waste as an example. So at this point, it's the revenues were less than budget, but our expenses were also less than budget. So it would basically net out, and it's going to fund the amount that we'd anticipated it would. Which I think in the budget we put that we were gonna put, like, I think it was 75,000 into reserves for that to start to build a bit of a safety cushion in the event that we receive any unforeseen costs in the future. So again, I can't say until we get our final numbers, but we previously had an unrestricted deficit in our books, and I'm very optimistic that this is gonna wipe that out and we'll finally be back in the black, which is great. Because for a few years we had a pretty substantial unrestricted deficit on our books, which, you know, really should have been written off against your restricted reserves. So it's a more positive financial picture. We were also not reflected in these statements, but we were also able to, you know, pay off some of our higher interest debt during the year as well, which again is it's positive for the town going forward.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Any further questions of Mr. Buckford? Okay, next up, Mr. Fisher, Infrastructure and Development Department.
Yeah, so apparently my mic got changed, so this is nice. I'm not screeching at you guys. So I probably missed something in my report, so if you've got a question that's not in there or addressed, please ask, or feel free to direct something to CAO Miller and myself and try and get you an answer. Last year, and every quarterly report, I said kind of all along the year that this was gonna be a year of getting the house in order. The biggest activity in the last quarter here has been one hiring in the department, filling vacancies, and really driving systems and training stuff. Now that we've got a little bit more structure going on. The planning reports also attached. There's quite a bit of activity there. The big one is obviously the one with the bylaw passes tonight. We've been working on that kind of over the last quarter, working with the developer, working with tech, to kind of help facilitate some conversations. Pretty excited for that for our department. This morning is bringing forward the bylaw, the one use bylaw, updates for the updated draft that you guys saw tonight. It's been a lot of work in the last year, for her to kind of get that filed and ready to share. So those are kind of like some of the big things. I don't have the development stats here tonight. I didn't have time to file them. But yeah, it's big stuff. From public works side, we've got a couple major pieces of equipment that needed repair in the last quarter. Our snow blower, you haven't seen it on the road yet this year, because it did need to go and get a fairly extensive rebuild with gearbox, hydraulic system, and the actual chute itself. We've got one of our dump trucks. We've got a larger dump truck and then two smaller ones. One of them had an engine blow in the last quarter, so it's been out, just waiting for it to come back. Should be mostly the one for the repair, but there's some other stuff on there that we're gonna fix up while it's out. Couple water breaks. Some of them were more annoying than others. It took us a little bit longer to get fixed, but we did work on that. Support around community banners, decorations, Christmas lights. Events.
Do you want to maybe give us a little explanation as to how very, very cold weather affects things like snow plowing the streets and stuff? Because some people have snow on their streets sort of thing.
Yeah, so that's really, really relevant today. It also affects our ability to do digs. It's really hurting equipment, but basically when the daytime high temperature is below -30, it's really, really hard on the equipment to run it. Steel, which a lot of my big heavy iron is made from, when the temperature is really cold, it'll go through what's called a ductile to brittle transition. And it actually becomes really easy for steel to break in those cold temperatures. So while the temperature is this cold, I'm not running my equipment out on the roads right now because if I break something, it's gonna be bad. So trying to limit it to getting the sander out, emergency stuff, if I have to for the next day or two, and then when the daytime temperature comes up, we'll start getting it back out of the boat. Also, if we have an equipment breakdown, it's really dangerous for the staff. They be out there in the cold. So, yeah. But we were trying. We did do snow clearing a couple times. We did removal a couple times in a couple of areas. Most areas, not all. We missed a couple roads and a couple of those, but the most areas have had removal at least once. It's last year for this season. A little slower, but it is an expensive cost. Just when I got the trucking crews out there and stuff to help. It is a pretty significant cost from a taxpayer's perspective. It's costing me about $5,000 a day in trucking support, just to remove snow if we have to remove it. Or to do removal faster, that cost goes up quite a bit. So it's a balancing act of speed versus cost. Forward.
So, it's nice to see that, Nate's Center for Boreal Research has submitted a, development permit for their expansion out there a bit. And note the SPCA has got bare land ready for their new building, I guess. I don't know if their ATCO line through the middle has been dealt with or whatever that was.
Hasn't been relocated yet?
I don't know.
There's an agreement or.
Yeah, hopefully. Any further questions of Mr. Fisher? Yes?
First one was, I just was curious about the water fill station. It's not in your report. I'm just wondering, is there a timeline on that? Approximate timeline on that?
Yeah, I'll have to get that out for, because it's a project this year. We funded it as a project. I'll have to get it out for design and procurement.
Okay, so no timeline?
No, it's on my to-do. I'm hoping I get my stuff out for procurement sooner rather than later. We're working on the operation ones right now. So building maps for sidewalks, the painting.
Okay, and one other thing, I drove by the salt shed the other day, or sand shed, looks pretty bare. But we got, is that enough for the year, or are we getting more, or?
No, it's, we should have, more showing up tomorrow and the next day, Tuesday, Wednesday. But it's all mixed on the back, so it was preloaded, already, so. Didn't order, I ordered twice as much as I ordered in 2023, going through it faster.
I was just surprised how empty it was. Never seen it that empty. Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you. Next up, we have the North Peace Housing Foundation synopsis report. Mr. Scamahorn, anything you want to highlight?
Well, probably the biggest thing people would be interested is the requisition, so it's 2%, which is an inflationary increase. The average ratepayer has a mild decrease to their overall requisition in real dollars. So that's steady as she goes, requisition there at that 2%. The other interesting thing is the rent cafe situation for people looking to get into the North Peace Housing as a client. There's a better forward-facing interface there for them to do that with. That's all we were hiring. So, management stuff, if anyone's interested.
Sounds good. Any questions of Mr. Scamahorn? Okay, next up is the Regional Energy Committee. Councillor Shannon and myself sit on this one. Anything you want to highlight? Really? It's back in December. The group did buy into a membership in this CANHC, I forget what the Association of Nuclear Energy, CANHC. Yeah. So nuclear host communities, that's what it is. So we're basically using them as a resource for our committee for some education and some heads up, you should be asking this question or that question, that sort of thing. So it was cheap, well, it was $500.
Do you have time for a question about something that's not in that particular? So you got a letter in the communications package, I know it's coming up later, but it's regarding this topic. That there was a grant received, is that appropriate time to?
Oh, yes, the Regional Energy Committee has received a regional grant, and it will likely be used for the communication aspect of the committee, which the committee now needs to discuss because we had no money to do it before. So it's coming into a timely fashion, and as some of you are aware, Energy Alberta was here last week talking to various groups, and they're setting up timeframes in the next couple of months to talk to general public groups and carry on that process. And they're in the process of applying to federal government departments, I guess you'd say, and carrying on with those application processes, and there seems to be a lot of them. And the provincial government seems to be in favor. Our MLA is very supportive of the project, and see what happens. That's about all we know from that one. Okay, so the RCMP Regional Advisory Committee, Mr. Scamahorn, you attended this one?
Yeah, I was able to make this one, council board was tied up there. The big news everyone was talking about was, of course, our new CPO, Director of Emergency Services, was at the meeting and gave his rundown, his long-term vision for the program as well there, so that was great news. And then, yeah, I just kind of, my part gave a bit of a overview of how our organizational chart sort of changes in our senior management team with him coming aboard there, for those that were interested in how that works in our own organization here, so. And then Ian Gardner, new member, and he spoke a little bit about, you may have seen Citizens on Patrol advertising, so he shared a bit about that.
So Peace River now has a Citizens on Patrol group, yes?
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit. Yeah, so Ian Gardner's now heading up the COP, or the Citizens on Patrol. Trying to get that up and running. First of all, they have to form a not-for-profit. They have to get members. And then once that happens, those members will have to be vetted. And then from there, they'll move on to getting registered with the Alberta COP program, and then hopefully be able to operate. Now, there was a poster that was designed by the RCMP CHC group, which I do believe I shared with all of council, so hopefully that will get out there, but they are actively looking for members to help get this program up and running. Positive ticketing program, there's still lots of those $10 gift cards out there, so if you do something right and you get stopped, you could get one of those. And also Constable Sunday, he's running that, like we spoke about it before, he's got a mentorship program type thing he's working within with the kids in the schools. It's the same topic, almost the same topic as what he's going to be presenting as a keynote speaker at our ACCPA conference. And the good news, by the looks of things, some possible upcoming speakers with the kids here in the near futures could be the Arkells and our Darnell Nurse's Oiler's sister might be up here speaking to the kids. So there's some possible speakers coming up for that mentorship program as well.
Great. So any further discussion on those items? Perhaps someone would move us forward with the motion. Councillor Good.
I'll move the council accept reports 9-1 to 9-8 for information.
Thank you. Everybody's clear on that motion, so all those in favor?
In favor.
Great. Okay, next up, we have information, and in this package, we have the January 24th council communication package, and I'll just start it off. We have a request from Canada Post CPW-STTP. Anyways, they would like the town to respond to some questions and so on about Canada Post. And my quick reading of this one, basically, I think it comes from the Canada Post side that wants to try to ensure that post offices and remain open across Canada. So Mr. Good had some words on letters and stuff, but there are some small communities across Canada that don't have post offices. They have, I don't know, the post office is within another store or something. So what I got out of this was that maybe some of those are in danger of closing. Maybe our post office could be in danger of closing. And I'm not saying Peace Service is, but, you know, post offices of certain sizes. So they're looking at, well, okay, what could the post office department do differently so that they could remain viable? So I guess what I would ask is that people read this over, think about it. And if we wish to write a letter, that come up in another council meeting, just so that people have had time to think and, you know, talk to whoever about using the post office, if they can have some words of wisdom for us. Also CN kindly sent us a letter saying that a picture of the Peace River Trestle Bridge has been used or selected for use in their calendar that goes across the country to all sorts of people. Apparently a local employee took this picture. They don't identify the employee, but the picture's in here. So that was great for that. I don't know if they say Peace River or not, but anyways, Minister of Forestry and Parks. So I would kind of ask that admin look at this and figure out, are they asking us to do something with respect to fire guards around Peace River? Or is this a general letter to every municipality in the province or what? So it was unclear to me as to, should we be doing something? Or, yeah, thank you. What else? Northern Alberta Development Council, there is a list of the bursaries in there. I believe that they give to various student programs, so worthwhile to send your nieces, nephews, kids, whoever to look at that. And Northern Sunrise's response to a request from the Airport Association for funding, basically saying that they would not be funding at this time. And anybody have anything further they want to mention? Okay. Then maybe someone would move the acceptance of this for information. Councillor Carr moves that council accept item 10.1 for information. Everybody's clear on that one? All those in favor?
In favor.
Great. Okay, key communication items. What have we got today? Land use bylaw draft. Direct control West Hill property.
Getting the word out on the COP program.
Just for the record, on that poster, my email address is wrong.
So maybe you send a poster again. Directions.
I will get an updated copy.
Councilor Shannon.
I was gonna say the new, community services policy for the nonprofit emergency fund. I think that's a really good policy.
So it's coming up with.
Ready?
nonprofit.
Oh, yeah.
Very good response. We've
Okay.
had good response.
Anything further? Anything further?
Land use bylaw?
Land use bylaw, yeah, got that one. Direct control for West Hill. All of the quarterly reports, which are at the end of December, so you could be a good read for things. Anything further? Out in the community, what's happening this weekend? Anyone? Next weekend is St. Isidore, I believe, and Family Day.
And
and-
after that,
Yeah,
so.
2 weekends from now? February's
I believe
gonna
so,
fly.
yeah.
Okay,
Our financial position was very good according to that
Very good.
report. Is there, it would be very cool to have some kind of
I think Sam would like to toot his horn once it's the audit. is
yeah,
complete.
okay, I don't wanna
So it's looking
prematurely, you
looking
know,
good at this point,
Yes.
let's keep our powder dry on that one, is all I'm saying.
waiting for more info.
I mean, again, on an unconsolidated basis, we were technically back in black. But
So it's,
it'll be a win for sure.
I can see his heart going pitter patter over there,
Yeah.
this business. Okay, sounds good, and thank you, staff, for all of those reports. They're detailed enough, or at least I like the detail, so Yeah. Okay, so, closed session, we deleted that part for tonight. Do you want to make another motion?
Motion to adjourn.
There we go.
That's the one we wanted.
Orange favorite. Mr. Ford moved to adjourn at 9:16. Everybody's clear on that one? Who's in favor?
Quarter vote.
Wait, recorded vote.